Yo, 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 what is going on, everyone? I am rugged up. I am ready to go. We got ourselves the final game of the Throne of the Titans day, I guess day 2. Kvoth and Mosca. Mosca had the issue last weekend, was unable to get it resolved on the weekend, so we decided to reschedule during the week. Always fun. Always a bit of fun. A little bit of extra, high-level competitive action for your weekday. It is the end of the week, so congratulations to everyone who's made it through another week of fun, frivolity, and hard work. Well, I guess maybe some of you Europeans are still going through it, but I'm done on my week. But to be honest, do I even get a weekend? Not really. Do I even get a... No, there's no weekends. There's no weekends where I'm from. We've got Mosca, we've got Kvoth. They've both done their draft, and well, I think they're just waiting on a little cheeky toilet break from the Moscanator before we get into the actual games. But we can run over here and we can check out the God draft. How's everyone going? Thank you for the raiding party, Young Oath, holding down the fort. It's always the Australian streamers. We got to pick up for the slack. The rest of these lazy top level players. They should be streaming. But Young Oath, Ben, Aussie is right. Big ups to. We got to give a shout out. Can I shout out Young Oath 1? There's probably a better way to do that, but I don't know how it is. Alrighty. Go give him a follow. He's been doing a lot of streaming lately. Big fan. Even if he teases me all the time. Let's jump over to the drafting menu and see what they're going to pick in this best of 3. Alrighty. So, it looks like both players have picked their gods. And there is a Ra pick from Mosca. Very interesting Ra pick from Mosca. We've got Poseidon banned from Kvoth. He wants to keep Mosca off that Poseidon. We've got Whistler Potchley banned from Mosca. And one of the best, I'm just going to go out and say it. One of the best Egyptian players out there has picked 0 Egyptians. Isis and Set on the table. Quetzalcoatl first picked. Mosca grabs Tsukiyomi and Ra. I am excited to see Kvoth going up against that Ra of Mosca. Mosca's been having a lot of success with his Egyptian, but it hasn't been looking like solid. It hasn't been looking dominating. Some of his other gods have been looking dominating, but he keeps on picking the Egyptians. But today he goes away from them a bit. He gets a nice round list of gods that he's going to be playing. Kvoth picks Amaterasu and Fuxi as his last 2. So both players do get 4 different pantheons. We've got I guess you can just go through it. Aztec, Atlantean, Japan, China against the Japan, Egyptian, Atlantean, Norse. So we've almost got every civ. We've got every civ accounted for. Are we missing one? With the Poseidon ban, we've got every civ accounted for. So that's kind of exciting. I always love it when we get a nice varied list. Now, this could just be because people still don't really know, or it could just be that there's a lot of counterpicking going on. And if you've got a lot of varied gods in your pool, it's a lot harder to get counterpicked. So, for example, some of the more unseasoned sort of players in tournaments might look at a draft and might go, I've not got the right. Kvoth is saying my ping rising faster than my elo. That's not a good sign. I was about to say, some people who would be like new to the tournament scene might look at these sort of drafts and go, how are people deciding which gods to play where? What's the deal? Are we if you don't know what your opponent's picking, how are you even supposed to pick a god? Like, do you just pick the best god for the map? What do you do? What's the shenanigans there? Oh, wait. Why is this not working? Give me 1 second. This is, for some reason, not giving me what I want. What is happening here? I've broken it, haven't I? Yep, I've definitely broken it. All right, that's fine. Let's unbreak it. Okay, so let me unbreak this so we can actually get into the first game. First foremost. But I think in this sort of format, well, I mean, if we what's happening? I'm gonna have to just restart my game. That's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna restart the game. It's fine. Okay, so the whole idea of what I think has been early days drafting, very simple drafting sort of tactics, is because certain gods were so good on certain maps, oftentimes you would already know if you were really into the draft and understood it. You'd kind of know what people were going to pick on certain maps because they're just picking the best god for the map, because it's really hard to pick a counter pick god, for example. But I think in this format, with it only being best of 3, the best way to get off with an advantage is to hide your pick inside of your draft. So, for example, the first map being Ghost Lake here, Kvoth is very much going to be able to play Quetzalcoatl, Amaterasu, Fushi, or Gaia. All 4 of those gods are good on Ghost Lake. Mosca very much can play Tsukuyomi, kind of could roll the dice on Ra with the double gold mine in the main base, or 1 gold mine. Maybe it's a little bit risky, but Ra's not the best, but you can maybe pick but you can definitely pick Kronos or Loki there as well, right? If we then look at Mirage, Kvoth could very easily play Fushi on Mirage, Amaterasu on Mirage, Quetzalcoatl on Mirage, Gaia on Mirage. Mosca could play Tsukuyomi on Mirage, very good. Kronos on Mirage, very good. Loki on Mirage, very good. And then on Giza, the same is true for Kvoth's roster. He could play any 4 of those gods on that map. And Mosca too would be able to play any 4 of his own gods on that map. So both players' draft picks for the actual map is hidden inside of the draft, which is, I think, very, very interesting. As opposed to someone like me who might go, oh, I want to pick my best god on Ghost Lake, my best god on Mirage, my best god on Giza, and I don't care after that what I play against because I'm that prepared type deal. That's an alternative way to go, I guess. Nonetheless, we're going to be jumping into game number 1. We've got Kvoth, we've got Mosca, we've got Thrones of the Titans $1,500 tournament group stage going out of sync, so I have to sort of wait and get back into the game, double click again, and we're going to get off into game number 1 as soon as it loads, because it's going to load onto the map Ghost Lake, and it is going to be off to the races. Let's go. If I can find Ghost Lake on my thing, which I can't, I'm struggling. There it is. And off we go into game number 1 in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Gaia. His name is Kvoth. He's on his old main. I got some stories to tell you about Kvoth's Gaia from Legacy. I think we went down a little bit of a memory lane trip over the past week. I kind of went through some of this. Maybe it wasn't even on stream. It was in a Discord chat. I can't remember, but there was a little bit of a memory lane walk down that I'd love to tell you guys about in terms of Kvoth's Gaia. Mosca, on the other hand, he is the opponent. Well, I mean, the opponent. They're both opponents of each other. This is Mosca here. He's going to be playing his Tsukuyomi, his Poseidon clone, some might call it. Poseidon loves the old Naginata riders, loves the old cavalry, and that's something that Mosca is a big fan of, as well as his villagers making their way over here. A little bit of forgetting on that watermill. Not going to be the end of the world. We'll be able to get that one up. No problems. Let's come back over here and tell you about Kvoth's journey to the top. He wasn't always a top 4, top 2, top 3, whatever you want to call it, player. Top 10 player, top 8 player, whatever you want to call it. He wasn't always that. He had a beginning, and he started with arguably the weakest god in Legacy Age of Mythology. A lot of players would consider Gaia to be an unplayable god for competitive Age of Mythology, the Titans. The Legacy Age of Mythology. But Kvoth played it, he learned it inside and out, and he learned it to such a high level that he was actually able to do decently well in tournament. He took games off players like Scardy, players like Shelty, with his guy, these very, very high level old school players. He even beat Scardy's Loki, a bit of a highlight game there as well, way back when, which was considered to be an impossible matchup, like a 90-10, so to speak. Of course, the balance has always been up and down in Age of Mythology, but that matchup was one that was considered to be nigh unwinnable. Was that the term? Anyways, Kvoth did manage to find his way through those before deciding to jump ship, become the enemy of the state, and become an Uranus main, and then become a Hades main. He jumped from the worst god in the game to the best two gods in the game. So that's the Kvoth origin story. He comes from a long line of Gaia experts, another Gaia expert from way back in the day. You can go and watch games if you feel like. Shout out to Zookt as well. Some incredibly good Gaia players out here. But we do see Kvoth making his way over here. He's actually going for a fast second town center. There's no waiting here for him. He's going to have his Caladria. He's going to get his town center up. This has been scattered by Mosca immediately. So Mosca now is going to have to decide, oh, hold on, I've opened stable and I'm versus a Gaia. What do I do? This town center, as far as I'm concerned, is one that I would never in 1,000 years attempt to go for. Yes, there is Boit. Yes, there is Auroch on this town center. This is going to be really nice for early on. Really, really nice for early on for Kvoth. He's going to get food, super safe, no problems. But look at the gold mine situation. That is not a short stroll at all to this town center. This is very far away, very, very tough to get to that gold mine and fight for that gold mine. The gold mine down the bottom as well, incredibly far away too. So Mosca has to be thinking here, well, surely we just go for some sort of all-in. Has to be the way to play this. Some sort of skirmish all-in here. But he's up against Gaia, one of the best defensive Atlanteans. You've got Gaia Lush, you've got defensive units. We see a counter barracks coming up. Catapulti heroes are going to be really, really key for the Kvothian survival. He's also got the, like I said already, the Caladria to heal up everything. And you will see immediately a Catapulti getting trained out as the villagers hanging out onto this side. He also drops that Gaia forest there. I wouldn't have mind seeing it just on the front and maybe even putting a wall or something as Kvoth waits to the last moment to pull away. We do have that Juragumor picking up the citizen, throwing the citizen for 6. Meanwhile, we've also got the Carnivore getting dropped down, and that will be a dead Naginata rider. And the villagers will continue along, as you can see over here, the Catapulti coming in onto this spot as Kvoth has got himself the Caladria. That's another Naginata rider killed. This has not gone well for Mosca in the slightest. You can't be losing units for free versus someone who's just gone for a second town center. Every little bit of military you lose for free is your advantage down the drain. What's that advantage? Well, effectively it takes, with nothing happening on the game, if one person plays one town center and does 0, the other player plays 2 town center and just spams villages. It takes roughly, it's a little more than this now, but it used to be 5 minutes. Probably about 5 minutes, 36 minutes now, for that town center to pay itself off. But if you throw away 1,000 resources worth of units, then the town center is already paid off. Already. As the Catapultis come through, they will bash away at the Juragumor, trying to finish that one off. Coming in, trying to take out the Naginata riders. There are samurai in here, but I mean, they're doing good damage. One Catapulti hero is going to be going down as great control from Mosca now. He does manage to get a nice trade back. That might be a dead Catapulti. No, he gets the burst heal off, and the units will pull back in onto this spot. In reality here, Kvoth does need to get himself some Corabalister. This is where the defense gets kind of hard for Gaia, because as we have also got some crazy villager placement over here, that is a wild place to be gathering food. But this is where it gets hard for Gaia to defend. If your opponent only makes like Naginata Rider Yumi Archer, well, now I'm very happy as Gaia to go Catapulty Terma, because the Terma move very fast on my defensive flush. I'm going to be able to make up the army. I'm going to be able to kill all those units when I actually take the fight with good micro, and it's going to be fine. But if you go Corabalister, now you have to play very, very, very good defense. You have to, that Corabalister is slow, even on Lush, it's slow, but it does deal with the Samurai, so long as it doesn't get caught out. So that's the big so long as Kvoth doesn't get caught out with the Corabalister, he should be okay. And you can actually see that resource-wise, it's still pretty close. And now we've actually got Kvoth going in for pickaxe and hand axe. He's actually showed off a bit of a different build order. I didn't really take note of this. He's gone for the early town center rather than early economic upgrades, which is it is an interesting adaptation. Of course, this is something that is very standard for the other two Atlantean gods to do as well. But with Gaia, you get the Gaia tree, so it comes in a bit quicker. Mosca, on the other hand, he is going up through Hachiman. He is very much committed to his all-in. He's going to be having full bronze because of New Moon, and that will help bolster his all-in on the second gold mine. The one thing here that is a little un-Kvoth-like is he hasn't moved any citizens up to this gold mine. This is something that Kvoth does routinely when he's playing one town center versus two town center. Or sorry, when he's playing two town center versus one town center. He'll often take that risk, and he'll send two citizens over here, drop a mana, and he'll say, hey, you, guy who is going for the fast heroic behind, or the semi-fast heroic, are you going to be able to do anything against this? And generally speaking, the answer is no, you can't do anything against it unless you want to stay very, very much longer in the classical age. But Kvoth hasn't done this, which means Kvoth's not going to be able to extend his home gold mine like he normally does. And, well, he's also going to the heroic age. So he's behind on military. That's number one. He's going to be close on tech. He will be paying off his town center, but he's going to be out of gold. And this is exactly when the gold mine expires. So it's all up to this fight that's going to be happening momentarily. If Mosca wins the fight, chances are the game finishes. If Mosca loses the fight, chances are the game finishes. Kvoth wins. If Mosca kind of goes even in the fight, picks off some citizens in the middle, then the game continues, is going to be the next little bit here. So we'll see if Kvoth can make it happen. He is getting himself his upgrades. He's going up for that weightless mace. He's getting copper armor. He's going up for catapulties more as well. The samurai coming through, looking for any amount of damage, and Stymphalian Bird is in. I love the idea of Stymphalian Birds right now. Look at what Mosca has. How is he going to be able to deal with this? Yumi Archer, you say? Not a bad idea. Same range as the Stymphalian Bird. More speed. But with good micro, you can pull back. You can take those out. Terma or Contarius are an option there as well. In fact, Terma should be really, really effective here. That being said, there is still the Swampland. As the Shogun will come through, and Kvoth very smartly will delete his Deuterino there. There's a little bit of damage to come in. Stymphalian Bird over. That will be should be a dead Yumi Archer. He gets it back there. No, he doesn't. He's dead. The gold mine is finished now, though. So Kvoth is in a state where he's way in front on economy. But he has to sell resources. So while he is gathering more, he is netting way, way, way less actual resources here. So the question is really, can Kvoth get out of this position? And the one thing that he likes to do is he will sneak. He'll see your army on the right, and he will go onto the left, and he's going to look to drop a palace here. There are units moving over onto the bottom side. You see the units over here fending off for the time being. Kvoth has been spotted on this gold mine, as the fact that he's not dropping a palace here is very, very concerning indeed as the Tengu dives straight into its death. The Stymphalian Birds are an amazing answer to the Tengu there. There's obviously only one of them, so 2 will be better than 1 is often the numbers, as we now got the Palace coming up. It's got 20 seconds remaining as the army makes its way over here. Stymphalian Birds will start to get a little bit of damage done onto something here, depending on what they're going for. The Palace here at 10 seconds to come up as the Contarius will come onto this position and trying to take somewhat of a fight. Meanwhile, onto that back line to pick off the Yuumi Horse Archers is what he needs, but the Palace is now finished. Kvoth going to try and repair this up for the time being here. Is there enough stuff here for Mosca? He's still got Swampland. He will drop that one down. Kvoth dives immediately into the Palace. Onto the backside, the Yuumi Horse Archers are going after the Stymphalian Birds, but healing from the Caladria is going to be very, very clutch. He probably should be focusing those down to some degree there, because if he picks off the Yuumi Archers, he should be good, or at least a little bit of micro from Kvoth, but not really happening here. We've got the Miko helping on the back onto this side here. The Shogun does get surrounded, but picks off the Dryad as the villagers diving back into that palace. Is there enough stuff? Catapulti's coming on to this side as well. We'll take out that back line, and it looks to me like Kvoth has unequivocally held. He is up 40 civilian units. He is on his second gold mine. Mosca did not pick off the villagers here. He did not manage it. And while this is going on, look at the big brain of Kvoth. Kvoth says, I have the skills. I'm going to go left and go right at the same time. I know what's going on. If you're playing Kvoth, you got to make sure you got a unit up here. You got to make sure you got a unit over here. That being said, the game is not over. There is one more chance for Mosca, and that exists inside of Bushido Tier 3. That exists inside of Bushido Tier 3. And that's going to come online very, very soon. He gets full heavy. He's got full iron as well. Or sorry, full bronze as well. So units are going to come through. We've got the Contarius now charging in onto this side. That Bushido is about to pop. There it goes. Carnivore does get dropped in. That will be a dead samurai, which is a huge bonus as the Contarius distracting away, allowing those Stymphalian Birds to get more damage, allowing that Palace to get more damage. Back in onto the fight for the Contarius again, as Mosca is trying to defend. This Yati Spearman going to be coming through as well to deal with those Contarius. We've got another counter barracks coming up. Lots and lots of resources in the bank here for Kvoth. Not sure where the favor is. He's got 5 of those oracles out at the moment, but the military numbers have dissipated here. Kvoth is in a difficult position now. He has found himself now going to be losing citizens. He might want to make a bit of a movement back up onto this gold mine again, because he's going to be losing citizens here. It's not the end of the game. He doesn't have to defend this position. He can distract, get himself set up on the top side, lose some villagers or something while this is all going on, but he is running out of gold. Look at this food situation. He can sell food, but he cannot sell wood here, as more Dryads coming through. The Shogun, 159 HP left. The Stymphalian Birds getting pulled back as Mosca very much aware. He's got himself the bonus damage versus Stymphalian Birds on myth units. It's not a huge number. This is not Yuumi Horse Archers counter myth units or anything. The Stymphalian Bird's still going to be really, really good. More units coming in as another Swampland does get dropped down, and the citizens, they're back to work. Wait, where's he going? Is he going to sneak here? No. Of course he is. Why would he not? Why would he not? Does he see it? He's going, he doesn't know. Well, I mean, of course, he has to know. You can't, like, sometimes, I say this because I value the top players' skill quite highly, but sometimes they don't. Kvoth hasn't seen everything on the map, but he sees 2 gold mines. He sees one here. He knows there's another one somewhere on this map, but he's sneaking this wood line for the time being. He is back onto his gold. More citizens to move forward. Quick economic check here. Shaft mine is in, no quarry. On the other side, shaft mine is not in. Hand axe is in. Plow is coming through. Farms are coming up. Mosca is out on hunt. He's on gold. Any raid here from Kvoth would be lights out for Mosca. Any raid. But if Kvoth leaves this position for a raid, then Mosca hits Kvoth. Kvoth still has his palace. It's lost a lot of HP. It is regenerating slowly with that Gaia bonus. As in come the Contarius, and this has to be the go signal for Mosca. Villager's going to get picked off. We will see in onto this spot. Mosca says, I see you out of position. I come, I fight. Let's go. And Kvoth is just going to say, all right, I'll lose villagers here. If I lose villagers and you lose villagers, that is advantage me as the 2 town center player. I can reproduce them twice as fast. Carnivora onto the backside here. Does get dropped in. Going to eat up those Yumi horse archers nicely as the Dryads trying to tank. But maybe, just maybe, this has been a little bit overzealous from Kvoth as the Naginata Rider on the top here will be able to pick off some citizens. But he will get his palace up on to the top position as the Contaria is coming back in. I would love to see a singular or 2 Caraballas getting built just so he has a little bit of proper damage versus those samurai. In small numbers, the Contarius are chef's kiss. They're a little bit pop inefficient, but they are very, 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 very good at dealing with those samurai, especially when you're in this sort of state of I'm trying to defend a position. But Kvoth gets his palace up. He is sorted out. He is ready to go. And he is going to be heading straight back up to the top side. Now, behind all of this, even inside, this is why I love Mosca's gameplay. Even inside of a situation where it's basically do or die. You got to get in there. You got to get damage done. Otherwise, you're just going to fall. Like, being behind twice the villagers is effectively game over, right? Even inside of this, look at the walls, look at the fundamentals. He's not going to get raided over here, but he will get raided up onto this side. Villagers will pull back. Of course, there is another bit of a timing to come online for Mosca shortly. Mosca is getting himself Shaft Mine. He's going into Irrigation and Bowsaw. That contributes to his Bushido. He's going to be looking for Champion here for one last push. The problem is, Kvoth's a smart guy. And Kvoth knows all he got to do now is get Mythic Age, and he should be fine against any sort of big, fat champion push. He should be fine here. In fact, he is fine up until Bushido Tier 4 comes in, and there's a big amount of time still waiting here for Mosca to get there. On top of this, one very cheeky move that Kvoth has is to walk forward and claim this gold mine, which in an equal game, 3 gold mines versus 1 gold mine is a win for the 3 gold mine player. And of course, this is not an equal game. Kvoth is way in front. So 3 gold mines for the player in front is going to be huge. Kvoth also going for another town center. He's in the main base looking for villagers to kill off, but the Yati Spearman defense is in. Destroyer's also going after that position as the Contarius circling in from the top, pulling back up as well. As now comes in the Prophetic Sight, Bronze Shields, Fortified Town Centers, Oracles, queued up as well. The one saving grace, I guess, for Mosca is he's got 40 population less of economy, but he's got in military. So long as but the problem is he's about to get hit by Implode. And that means he has to rebuild this army again, which is obviously quite tough. The one thing here for going very poorly here for Kvoth, however, the big problem is this is majority Yati Spearman, and that is majority Contarius. So Mosca should be okay to actually at least take the fight to get to Bushido, Tier 4. But he's not feeling comfortable with it because he doesn't have the heroes to deal with all those Dryads. As Kvoth hits the Mythic Age through Atlas, charges in, waits for the units to sit here, and he's not even going to click the Implode. That's a wild statement. The Dryads get stronger from the Mythic Age. There comes the Bushido tier 4, and now Kvoth says, all right, we implode you now. I wish I could explain why Kvoth waited. I cannot explain why. We do have the castle coming up onto this side. It gets denied as an Argus is going to come over here and try and take out some of those villages. We'll start to poke them down as they'll pull back. A couple of units do survive here for Mosca, but Kvoth is now heading up to Champion Cav. He's going up to heavy infantry as well with Fanatics. That's a big brain decision there. Fanatics over Murmillo here makes perfect sense. Deal with the Yadi Spearman, the Samurai as well, even better. He's going to be able to get the upgrades to come in as well as the villagers get pushed back. Mosca's got 0 gold income in the bag outside of his trade route, which is, to his credit, started, but he has to tap out as he's all in on a map that felt all-inable, was not successful. Couple of key moments here for Kvoth's defense that you can take for your own gameplay, but also you got to take for the offensive gameplay as well. Allowing this gold mine to get mined. You just can't do that. That's not an option. This gold mine and this gold mine having pressure needs to happen in one way or another. One option would have been send a villager forward early enough, get the walls off. Lock this position off, in other words. Another option would have been send a myth unit to that top position, a Tengu, to that top position to just hover there and ensure that nothing ever goes up there. Of course, if Kvoth sees that, he might send a hero over there and then you have to start adapting, but you're keyed in onto that fact while you're going for the big attack elsewhere. But credit where credit is due. Kvoth pulls an amazing defense out of what I would consider to be a very, very difficult to defend situation here. Well played to him. He's up 1-0. He is in his element. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Alrighty. So Gaia, the god to beat. Gaia, the god to beat. Indeed, as we're going to move into Giza. And I would imagine here that we will be seeing the Ra from Mosca. And that is exactly what we're going to be seeing. And Kvoth, if Kvoth is keyed into the Mosca game plan, well, Kvoth is going to be picking Quetzalcoatl. We are going in onto Giza. We are going in onto Quetzalcoatl, and we are going in onto Ra. Now, this is where I was trying to give Mosca credit for the Ra pick, but he did not do it. He did not do it justice. The Ra pick here, for me, was to bait Quetzalcoatl. That's what the Ra pick was for me. And potentially pick a Loki on this map to deal with Quetzalcoatl. But I have seen Mosca win this matchup once. It wasn't pretty. It was an incredibly well-played game from Mosca, though. Can he do it again versus Kvoth? That's the question. I've got no idea how good Kvoth's Aztecs are. There's some players who have played a boatload of Aztecs. There's some players who have played a little bit. There's players who have really keyed into strategies that worked on previous patches that might not work on this patch after nerfs have come in. We have seen nerfs to the Sean one. We've seen nerfs to the Eagle Warrior. We've seen nerfs, basically only nerfs to the Aztecs. Not a huge amount of buffs, like buffs to like the Coyote Warrior and stuff like that, but not a huge amount of buffs outside of maybe Favor Generation for the Aztecs, which does then, of course, open up other potential strategies and things like that. As the players are going to be off to the races here. And let's chuck this little cheeky timer on and see what we are going to see. Now, sometimes you can get yourself really, really good Giza maps for Egyptian. One thing that Egyptian basically wants to do as far as I'm concerned, is basically wants to get a second town center and have Hunt on it. And that's one thing that's guaranteed on Giza, but some Gizas are built better than others for that intention, and that is the Rhino spawn there. The reason why you want the Hunt on that second town center is it basically means you don't need to defend with units anything on that town center unless there's a crazy all-in coming. For example, like a set fast heroic with scarabs or something. Like that's obviously a thing that could punish that type of stuff. But if there's no sort of crazy all-ins that can take down a town center, then you're good to just 2TC fast heroic and rush straight to your heroic age power units, of which Ra has some of the best Egyptian Migdol units. He's got the plus 15% HP, he's got Sobek, and he's got Osiris. So if you combine all three of those things together, his units are going to be performing very, very well for him. The only issue is that when you're trying to run through a unit composition, which beats what the Aztecs are putting out with only Migdol stronghold units, you end up coming to a bit of a crossroads pretty quickly where you're like, that doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work, that doesn't work. You do have to mix in the barracks units to some degree, as far as I'm concerned, which has its own issues inside of it. But I don't want to talk for these guys too much. I want to let their gameplay do the talking. So I'm pretty excited to see how Mosca is going to be attempting to approach this. If he comes up with something that seems incredibly replicable, I would love to give it a go myself. But potentially also Kvoth has got something he's been cooking up as well. I know that Kvoth is more the defensive type. I know he likes to play a slow game. So unlike the previous time I've seen this matchup, I think it was Soup versus Mosca. Soup went for a very, 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 very big all-in. And he almost won on the all-in. Little bit better execution, he might have won. And then for the rest of the game, it was Mosca trying to take more and more of the map while losing his army while up 50 villages. So let's see what's going to happen here. Let's see the approach from these two players. We're going in onto the map Giza. Oh, never mind. I am out of syncing again. Please let me into the game. Yes, you will. Thank you. We're going to go into the map Giza, and it is Quetzalcoatl versus Ra. Off we go. And off we go. Off to the races in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as the blue Quetzalcoatl. It is Kvoth. And in the red color, in the Ra, it is Mosca. Mosca gets exactly what I think he wants. I could be wrong, but this map spawn is exactly what Mosca wants. Not only does he get 2 Rhino, we talked about this before, this is exactly what Egyptians want. They want a second town center, they want 2 Rhinos on it. But he also gets a back gold mine. So there's probably not any all-ins here for Kvoth. And Kvoth, he's probably going to scout this very, very quickly. He scouts around to the bottom. He sees some Sebra. He sees a gold mine. He sees his town center. And he is going to check that back position. So these guys have got a lot of knowledge. The amount of knowledge, like a lot of people would be like, there's nothing back there. There's a town center. There's Rhino. How could there be a gold mine here? Well, Kvoth goes, no, I know this. I know this map. I've seen it about 1 billion times. I know this map. There's a gold mine there. All right. Moving along. I have to imagine that Mosca is going to be going for a fast second town center here. Is there an Aztec counter to the fastest of second town centers. I was talking to my main man. I'm going to give him the shout out. My main man, Jolly Man, today. And he was telling me about a build order that he came up with that netted him a 4-minute, and mate, correct me if I'm wrong, Jolly Man, if you're in the chat, a 4-minute and 21 second completed raw second town center. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know how true it is. I've only seen the graph. Graphs can lie, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It is going to be the fast advance from Mosca, and he is going to be heading over here. This looks exactly like what I was talking. This is looking like exactly like the fastest of town centers here. This is looking like the fastest of town centers. Kvoth on the back, dropping his temple. He's got his cow pulley. He's got his livestock pen and his lumber outpost. Now, this is going into the theory of 1 town center play, 2 town center play, late advance times, fast advance times, and a whole bunch of stuff there. I'm going to give you some of my own personal thoughts. If I advance fast and I drop a second town center, I am going to be in front on the economy versus somebody who advances later with more economic upgrades and then drops the second town center. The problem here for Mosca, to some degree, should be or is that Kvoth can just drop his second town center, and even if he's behind on economy by a little bit, it shouldn't matter for him. It shouldn't matter. Town center is coming up with 6 villages, and it's going to be finished in 37 seconds. Unfortunately for Mosca, he's not able to complete this town center faster than Jolly Man. Jolly Man, the victor. Of course, he didn't use his shifting sands, which is very smart, but he gets his town center up, no problems anyways. An armory coming down. That gets scouted immediately by Kvoth, who is running straight through the main base. And having spotted the armory, he should know what he's up against. It's very, very rare to see a 1 town center fast heroic from Ra. Ra has no real timings inside of that because no like ancestors. He does have scarab shifting sand shenanigans, but still, as the villagers will move on to the back to grab this gold mine. And here's the thing that I'm expecting from Mosca. And maybe Kvoth is going to be expecting this as well, because he's very keyed into this. I'm expecting a segment from Mosca for some sort of a shifting sand scarab play. Now, there's a billion different ways to actually defend that, but it is important to actually know that it's coming. Like, Kvoth has got this like 6th sense about this stuff. I've seen him defend it so many times. But we'll see if he's going to be able to, or if that's even, maybe Mosca's going to go for the Sobek option. He's got such a good map that he can probably even go for a fast mythic with this map as the bunny comes in. You almost don't, like the bunny rabbit is, this is a funny one, right? Luckily there's no berries on this map for, apart from the ones in your main base. But you almost don't want to hit the bunny because he's going to come around and eat other berries on the map and then become stronger. It's a tough one. You obviously want to kill it, or you want to stop it attacking you, but you don't want to hit it. Anyways, Heroic Age will be on in very, very soon. This is going to be one of the most efficient, fast heroics you're ever going to see. It was a fast advance for the Classical Age. There was no prevention. There was no secondary monuments coming down. I think, yeah, no secondary monuments coming down. And he is going through Sobek. So again, I'm watching this game in utter disbelief as to the approach that Mosca is taking. Kvoth is throwing walls down all over the place now because he knows that the weakness he is going to be facing is going to be Camel Rider. That's the weakness. The weakness is not even the Camel Rider in terms of he can't deal with it from a military perspective. The problem is that he can't deal with it from a speed perspective. So how do you stop it? Well, you just put walls everywhere. And then wherever the Camel Riders come, you then react to it, you go over and you deal with it, and you're good to go. But nonetheless, it is going to be a quick Heroic Age, I think, from Kvoth as well. He's getting some bloodletting in. Get some upgrades. He's got himself pickaxe. Up onto this top side, we see the war hut. One thing here for Mosca that he probably should do, could do, can do, is he can take a forward position here. If your opponent goes fast 2TC fast heroic as a response to your own fast heroic as Egyptian, one of the best things you can do is just take more of the map. So he can move forward and he can look to drop this down. But it's also a scary thing because, like if a Tjipla comes in, then well, he's going to make your life kind of tough. And that is what's happening. So Kvoth is a little bit on the big brain. He sees the villagers. I kind of want to see him be a little bit more careful here with that Tjipla, but he's going to be in and he's coming up onto this side. Does he go for the conversion? Yes, he does. The unit's coming in. Tjipla is in. That's going to be immediate damage onto this side. The villagers could dive into the rock. It's a little bit on the dangerous side, but he's going to charge over here as the Tjipla chases the myth units back. Picking up 2 myth units is obviously a nice bonus here, as the rock will pull the villagers back into the main base. Can he pick up the other 2? Tjipla, hello? I think he went out of line of sight. Mosca barely keeps those both alive. He can heal them back up, so he does manage to avoid pain, but he doesn't get the Migdol on the front like he wants. So Kvoth gets what he wants from that Tjipla. Yeah, he didn't get any real damage. He didn't kill off anything. Those myth units can get healed up. It should be fine for Mosca. But Mosca doesn't get the forward Migdol. He doesn't get this setup. So great awareness from Kvoth. Great decision-making from him thus far. As Shadoof is coming through, Mosca can eat his berries, eat his goats, go into farms. He's got his Migdol up. He's going to be making some camel riders to look for some raids. But like I said, the walls are up. A small amount of camel riders is not going to do anything. So if Mosca's plan is to do some light pressure into the Mythic Age, which is a tale as old as time for the Egyptian Pantheon, this is something the Egyptian Pantheon loves to do at the top level, is get a really clean fast heroic off, build a handful of camel riders, look to pressure, and then go to the Mythic Age. If that's something that Mosca wants to do, he is not going to find the value out of these camel riders because Kvoth has already set up. Not only that, we are going to be seeing that Hoyal Zhaoqui's stone makes the Great Temple researchers a little bit cheaper. Whether or not Kvoth's actually going to go for those units early on or not, I don't know. Meanwhile, we do have a rock. Now, one thing here that Mosca can do, should do, is he should use the rock as a transport over the walls such that he doesn't have to deal with them and then can get value on the raids. He could sit over here with the rock landed, charge in, get some damage done. Onto the back, the Tlalmani Spearman will come through. The Tzitzimiddle will come through. It's got that special to stun the Camel Rider, so that's 1 down. And after all is said and done, into the mid-game we go. It's a 2-villager differential. It's a 2-villager differential, and that's got to be scary for Mosca moving forward. I've been talking about it. I think that this army of Kvoth is going to be really strong. The only thing is he didn't go the god that I would have expected him to go. He's gone for the Starfall god as little cheeky bunny rabbit coming in to try and get some damage. We'll keep that one alive and try and pull that back home, heal it back up with his own berries in the main base, but opting against that. And we will see the god power getting dropped down as the villagers will need to get pulled away. One sits middle. Now you don't want to lose the Tzitzimiddle here for the villagers. Denying that Migdol stronghold really gives Kvoth so much chance here, but Kvoth is just going straight to the Mythic Age. He is not taking any chances in this game. I got to give shout outs to El Matador for this term. This is the ultimate from Kvoth in what Matador calls, and I would like to also start calling, power spike greeting. Kvoth is power spike greeting. He has played an impeccable early game. He is going to be able to drop that Tlalocs pillar either in the main base, on the backside, on this forward position here. Whatever he wants with that, he hasn't taken a single lick of damage. And yes, Mosca has managed to move out onto the map, but Mosca hasn't done anything with this army just yet. And not only that, we're going to see an Agave Bloom giving 2,000 food over to Kvoth for a gigantic boost of food. Camel Riders coming in. Star Demon Sitsa Middles will be an option to get some defense. He's going to have to use them. He will go for a Tajipla here. For some reason, not actually sending the Star Demon Sitsa Middles in just yet. If the units get in, it's somewhat of a problem for Kvoth here. As the priests are also going to come through. Does pick off one Camel Rider as those will pull back. The priests come in to get a little bit of tickle damage in. I say tickle damage because the Star Demon Sitsa Middles have 502 HP, and the priests are doing like 10 HP a second there, which takes quite a long time to actually get that damage off. But nonetheless, the Tajipla does help hold for the time being. Mosca is looking for the timing that he's got. He's got 2,000 more resources, military, than Kvoth. Kvoth here as well can go for a sacrifice onto the Great Temple. We've got the Ahuizotl in. We've got the rain to come through as well. There could also be the Agave. No, he put the Agave Bloom down somewhere else on the bottom side here for a huge amount of resources. Locust does come through as Kvoth is holding. It looks like the military differential is still standing fairly solidly at 4K to 2K. Jaguar Riders now coming in. They're at heavy as we've got a siege workshop to come through. The Jaguar holds as he absolutely and unequivocally defends that heroic age timing attack from Mosca. We will also see the upgrades coming in very, very cheap as well into the main base. Now Kvoth feels very happy to just say, excuse you, you will leave my base. I will drop my Pillar of Tlalocan down. Now this thing should come down to some siege towers here, but it's going to get all the damage done. All of the pressure is now finished, and the game is going to be very much in Kvoth's hands here as he can come and grab this Great Temple. He can come over here and grab this town center. And we're also seeing... Wait, has he got the thing yet? I don't believe he's gone for his upgrade. We have seen players going for this. There we go. The Kimichin Spies are coming through here for Kvoth. We see players using that to get the ultimate in value. It's the cheapest way to get yourself the Great Temple sacrifice in. It does become more expensive than building, say, Tlalmani archers. Sorry, not Tlalmani archers. Tequiwa archers. It is more expensive than that in the long run. But in the short term, it is way better to go for that. And Kvoth can look to grab his town center very, very shortly. As now we're starting to see the feasts of sustenance come through as those turkeys are going to get sacrificed, which is just a big boost in economy. Every single time one of those turkeys comes out, you can actually see how Kvoth is using it. Gets his... Oh, no, he's not. I would expect him to just right-click the Kalpuli onto the temple there. But nonetheless, not the option as a lot of Camel Riders are in. Jaguar Riders will be able to defend this nicely. There's a lot of priests have to get built here to start dealing with these Ahuizotl, but they are simply put not falling as the tailwind gets thrown down to give even more speed in here. Over onto this side, this one Ahuizotl will get so many kills. He is doing a huge number on the Mosca army. And Mosca pulls back to his Migdol stronghold. As where to next for Mosca in this game? Eagle Warriors, Jaguar Riders, Priests for Kvoth. Kvoth also, I should say, did manage to get all these upgrades. Or relics, I totally missed it. Harmonia's necklace is in there as well. As the Eagle Warriors will charge forward. One priest ends up going down. Another priest ends up going down as Kvoth here probably should consider building more of these. He's got so much favor in the bank. He is at full population, but he will get himself his... Oh, no. He will get himself his sacrifice momentarily as the final commission spies come through. But Kvoth not yet making his way over onto this town center. Mosca is going to be fighting here. He is at full pop. He does have himself the gold situation under wraps. We've got Jaguar Rider raids now coming through. These things are a menace. A Mythic Age unit at 5.5 speed. Of course, you've got units similar to this. You've got the Hatyroi. You've got the Tiger Cavalry. But this guy is a menace on the raids. That being said, Mosca defends it nicely. We've got more Ahuzotl to come through as the sacrifice comes in. That gives a large amount of myth unit in for Kvoth. And Mosca, however, he is going for Osiris. But here's the thing about Osiris versus what Kvoth is building. Jaguar Riders just counter the Osiris, Son of Osiris. You already are scared to go Son of Osiris versus a god like Zeus, for example. Zeus can just build Bellerophon, jump onto the Son of Osiris in the middle of the fight, do crazy big damage to that one. But then you say, hang on, instead of Bellerophon, what if I have one Bellerophon? What if I have 5 of them? What if I have 10 of them? Now all of a sudden, life gets very, very tough for you. As Kvoth's power spike is very much in. He's got another Tishipla hero coming through. The Locust Swarm will get dropped down again, but Kvoth, he doesn't even care. He's not even moving through this. He just sits in this one, takes the dub. Mosca taps out. Kvoth gets the win with some very, very solid Quetzalcoatl play. Incredibly tough game here from Mosca. I would have liked to see him probably go Mythic Age a little bit faster. I don't know about staying in the Heroic Age here. He did hit the timing, but it just was a little bit slower. Maybe a Shifting Sands timing would have been slightly more scary for Kvoth in this one. Couple of Siege Towers, Camel Rider, Chariot Archer, and then Shifting Sands in. Maybe could have actually made something happen here. As far as I'm concerned, for Ra in this matchup to win versus Quetzalcoatl, you got to pull some sort of cheese. And, well, Mosca, he went for a timing attack. It's technically a cheese. Didn't quite work out. Should have cheesed harder is my takeaway from this one. And Kvoth gets the dub. If you guys enjoyed this one, make sure you hit the follow on Twitch. If you're on the YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Don't forget, tomorrow we have a whole bunch more games. We're starting at about 1400 GMT tomorrow as well. Let's jump over to the old Shenanigaroonies and show you what the schedule is looking like for tomorrow. For everyone else who is sticking around right now, I will be playing some games and doing my regularly scheduled Friday shenanigans. Let's jump over to the schedule. That was the wrong button. Well, let's try that again. Alrighty, so tomorrow I will be covering Mini Yeti versus Soup. Oh, let's just quickly do this here. This should fix this. Oh, no, it won't fix this. All right. So I will be covering Mini Yeti versus Soup, Mosca versus Mini Yeti, Grass versus Mini Yeti, Soup versus Magic tomorrow. And the other stream, Motaba, is going to be covering... I don't have the information on hand. I wish I did. Where can I find it? I think it's here. Hang on 1 second. It is... Kvoth versus Recon. Then it's Soup versus Grass. Then it's Rapple versus Magic. Then it's Recon versus Rapple. Then it's Magic versus Grass. Alrighty. Well, that's all we have time for today for the old Thrones of the Titans. We're going to play some Gimmity games. Let's jump over to this one. All right. Today is Keen versus CBB. When? If it is, then yeah, I will cast it. I do not mind. 18. So that's in 30 minutes. No, that's in 2.5 hours. Okay. Why is it that all of these games are like in the dead of the night? Can't we just schedule it for a reasonable time, like the middle of the day? I'm going to play some games, yeah. I was thinking to play a whole bunch of Ra today. What do you guys think? Do I have a casted a team game in Retold? Yeah, I have. Ra OP? Alright, let's play some Ra. I played a whole bunch of DLC gods yesterday. It went well and went poorly at the same time. Which was fun. I like playing a different... don't make slingers, thank you. Thank you for the 490 R's. I don't know what R's is, but Hubert Blaine, thank you, my friend. You legend. Descanaut for all. Matt, like... If you want to get into the god beyond just playing the one brain dead strategy and spamming the one broken unit, like I feel like you should, but also you also have to macro well, and if you don't macro well, then you deserve to lose, and I deserve to lose when I don't macro well. That is the story. I will say that. Am I in a kimono? No, it's something like that though. It's very warm. I'm very, very cold. How's everyone on the YouTubes doing at the moment? Oh, we're playing against Super Saiyan. Oh god, he's just gonna drop the bloody... He's just gonna... God damn it. Why do I have to play versus this bloody Hades all the time? Nobody likes Hades. Do you guys know anybody who likes playing versus Hades? Just wondering. Just a question. Magic, are you there? Do you like playing versus Hades? Is it just me that's got the issue? I think it's just me. And it doesn't even have anything to do with ballistics for free in Age 2. Like, it's just a god that is just like the ultimate in, I don't want to play with you. I just want to play my own game. There are worse gods to play. No, I don't even mean in like terms of the balance sense. Of course, Hades isn't the strongest god. I think that's like... obvious. That's a fine thing to say. And I would agree. It's not the strongest god. I don't even think it's an A tier god. But it might be. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing that one. But in terms of just like being able to do things and interact and play the game, it's like it's one of the worst. But maybe I'm making too big of a deal about it. And it's just my own problem. What gods are S tier right now? I think the Aztecs are still S tier. It might be that the lone S tier is Huitzilopochtli. I don't really know. And then everything else is like A tier to some degree because I haven't done an update on my own thoughts on the matchups yet, so I don't really have a... I could vibe it, but vibing generally is not ideal. Generally, vibing, you just come up with like terrible opinions, like Egyptian is the best god in the game. Lol. I need this temple to be finished. That'll do. Did I good luck? I did. All right. One relic, please. Dwarven calipers to help out my siege cost. Might be nice. We do have the berries. My town center is over here. My town center is here. I don't want to grab the forward town center here. So we go on to the other side. We'll see if he wants to actually. He might come and kill me, to be honest. But I'm gonna wander this way. I have so much hunt in my main base. What is that? It's a minotaur. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Well, we're gonna do some sort of. The only real option here is some sort of fast heroic. We got a back gold mine. I don't know what's on the front here, but we have a back gold mine. So I'll just pull off all these villages here. These guys can just check onto this side. Get an armory up. Any food here? Nope. Maybe I'm the problem. See, and then he builds one unit, and I'm like, okay. I can't, I don't want to build anything, because I don't want to build any... Okay, we got that. I don't want to build anything, because I don't want to build barracks units, because they're terrible. Versus Greek. My macro is not good here. Let's just pull these guys off and try and fix it a bit. So come up here and put an obelisk. I miss another, let's go this one. All right. Can I get a monument down? Oh, here? No more tournament for today? Nope. There's just the one game from today. It was a catch-up game. So yeah, we are done with the old tournament game, unfortunately. Okay, now I go for... Where are you going? I should get this tech as well, hey. That's alright. I'll grab it afterwards, it's fine. Get some scouting in, see what I'm up against. Okay. Oops. I need more wood, man. I need more wood to get my farm thing in, so I can get my thing. I'm just grabbing random text at the moment. He's put a... Is there a castle up here? I need more on wood. On this.
into you, into you,
Should have waited. Okay. Let's go for a little cheeky raid here. I think I'm just dead. I'm not even gonna lie. I need barracks. Yeah, we ain't escaping. I'm going for this stuff here. Gotta use my advantage to try and get town center advantage.
What is going on with my army here? There's no other gold on the map, is there? Did I just lose all my units there? For another fucking restoration? Wonderful. I'm sure getting into a... This is getting very, very fucking painful, isn't it? Should I be making elephants? I don't fucking know. Like, my guy is just like A-moving through me because my civ is so fucking weak. Like, what am I supposed to do? I can't win a fight. Jeepers creepers. I guess I'm just bad at the game. I don't know. I'm just losing. I don't know what I was supposed to do. What was I supposed to do? What was the problem? I guess I shouldn't have even interacted with him in his main base, and I should have just taken this position and then tried to hold, right? Like me trying to do anything against him was probably the mistake, right? Should never have shouldn't have done that. I guess that's probably the mistake, right? Like I went over here. That was stupid. That's funny. That's funny. The I shouldn't have engaged. Like I should have held this gold mine, but he's mined literally like 1,500 of it. Meanwhile, my gold mine's got nearly nothing left there, and I have a trade route. He's also got a trade route semi-started, but like he doesn't spend any resources. Like I'm spending all of this gold on these guys, right?
N wedge.
But yeah, nah, it's Egyptian is fucking S tier, and it's been S tier forever. Like this has been the same thing against Hades since the fortifications patch. Need elephants? I thought about it, but I also have super camel riders. Like, they're the best camel riders I can possibly have in the entirety of the game. And I can't kill his Peltast. And I couldn't, and I teched into, and I have to tech into Spearman, right, to deal with Prodromus. I can't go elephants and go Spearman and go Camel Rider and go Chariot Archer. I have to give something up. Let's play another raw game. Why no Axeman? Well, I just explained it. I have Chariot Archers, right? They kill off the hoplites quite well. But I don't have a unit that can kill off his Peltast quite well. My Camel Riders should do it. They've got all the upgrades. But Axeman kill Prodromus. I don't actually know if that's true, but Peltast definitely kill off Axeman. I know that's true. So I've been at the hands of that. I could have gone further in onto the myth units, but he's got Perseus and stuff. Like, the big myth units don't really help all too much. Well, we'll see how we go this game. Maybe I'm just doing something wrong. Also, Greek players, when they said restoration was nerfed, it's like they don't even read the patch notes. I don't know, I could just be me being bad. Probably is. At least at this level, right? Like, I should be able to win at this level. Shouldn't even matter. I could probably play any god outside of Egyptian and win at this level pretty consistently. Like, I'll lose occasionally, but... Okay. Slap that off. Oh, I wanted to advance now, didn't I? Whoops. We'll go one villager more. This matchup, I need to build units, right? Can't just go for a town center versus this, but
Agri. Enito. UIR. Tayo. UIU repair. And tayo.
In which kid? No.
Init nu. Kid.
And which tayo. Ayo ref UIR. Tayo UIR. Tayo UIR. Tayo UIR. Greek.
Gerek.
Finito. Kid.
And tayo. Ayo repair. Tayo tayo and tayo repair. Greek. Tayo.
Which. NQ.
And ayo repair. Tayo UIR.
Init lion district.
And tayo.
You really don't want to
In which tayo. Naya in Shrek.
Greek. Tayo repair. Tayo repair. And which tayo.
In the U.
UIR. Tayo.
you really don't want to get that widget out at all, do you? You got to put that in the temple and just be very, very still.
In the U. Refer.
Gray you refer. Kids. UIR.
Tayo.
And UIR.
Greek. And which UIR. Greek.
Up EU refer.
Ini tayo. Ayo repair. Ayo repair. And tayo.
Into you. Gerek.
Greek. Ayo repair.
And EU. Into at you.
And we
Into you. EU. Gerek. Into you. EU. In you.
Greek tayo. Ayo
And
repair.
repair.
And UIR. Ini tayo.
In you.
And ayo repair. UIR.
In the U. Refer. You in the U. EU. Refer.
Tayo. Inito. UIR.
And which. Into you.
Ayo
Oh, I forgot about you.
repair. Ayo repair. Tayo. UIR.
In tayo. Greg UI. Naya in
In
Shrek.
EU. Into you.
UIR.
Naya in Shrek. EU refer.
Gerek. UER.
Inito. Tayo.
In the U. Refer.
Greek UIR. Ayo repair. Inito. Tayo. Greek. Ayo repair. Inito.
Gerek. UER.
And we. Inito. Tayo. Ayo Greek. Tayo.
In tayo EU refer.
Inito.
Into you. And which. Gerek.
And we. Ayo repair. Greek UIR.
In we kids.
Into you. Into you. Gerek. And
Finito. You baya.
Ayo repair. Tayo. UIR. And we. Greek. Ayo repair.
Into you. And what? In UER. In each kid.
Well, Spearmen are really good versus Cav, though, right?
Greg. Tayo.
Surprised he's going for them.
UIR.
Uh,
EU refer. Kids.
Garrett.
Inito. Tayo. Tayo. Ayo repair.
In
UIR.
which kid. Kid. In Garrett. In which. Into you.
In which kids.
In UER. Kid. Into you. Into you. UER. Garrett. Into you. Refer. You into you. Into you.
I gotta look for raids somewhere.
In you. Into you. EU refer. You into you. In you refer. Into you. In
Finito. Greg. Kids.
And ayo repair.
into you, into you. In you eat air, into you, you eat air. In you refer, you into you refer. And we in you into you, and you eat air. Girl, in you refer. And we into you, girl. And you into
And
you.
with any you I air kids.
In Gary, into you eat air, and you into you. Gary, into you. Gary, you and which. You, in you, into you. Gary, into you, into you, into you, and which. Gary, you eat air, at you, into you, into you, into you.
And with kids.
And which. In Gary, into you,
Oops.
and you, in Gary, into you, into you, into you. You eat air. Into you, into you, into you, into you, into you, in Gary, into you, into you, into you, eat air. In you, Gary, into you, in you eat air. Into you, 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 Gary, into you, into you, and which. Into you, and into you, refer. Into you, and into you, and girl, into you, into and with at you. Into you, refer. You refer. Into you, eat air. You,
Drink. You kids.
Anti-hack. UER.
Oh no, you guys stay here.
Inejirek. In Ayo.
girl, into you, and into you.
Greek. Ayo. Tayo.
Yeah, at you.
Ayo refer. Tayo Ayo refer. Greek. Tayo. Ayo refer.
You eat air.
And Quixote. Inihil Baya. Great kid. And with Inito. You I Nanaya in Jurayu. You refer. Kids.
Okay, well, we'll see how good my micro is.
In up. Kids. Drink. Kids. And with Inito. Drink. And with kids. Drink. Kids. Inito. Kids. Drink. Kids. And with kids. Kids. Drink. Kids.
Is he on one town center? Surely not. I don't believe it. Who'd have thought? Face tanking with Bitsukos. He was on one. I was like, this guy is on 2 TCs. I guarantee. I don't even have to confirm that he's on 2. I know he's on 2 TCs. And he's going heroic age. But no, he went pressure build heroic age on Alfheim with a back gold mine. Wild. All he has to do is play 2 TC and he wins the game though, because he's Greek. Greek just shits on Egyptian, right? The spearmen feel amazing versus those hippies now, though. Those spearmen are smacking. Yeah. So spearmen, a good unit to build versus Cav. Camelry, good move, or camel rider, good unit to build versus Cav. What do I build? Chariot's good unit to build versus infantry. What do I build versus Archer? How do I beat Archer? This is going to be I think the only answer I've got is just spam myth unit. I need to spam myth unit to some degree to get through anyone who's got strong archers. So that means against... What does that mean? It means I need like mummies against Greek in the late game? What Cav to Camel beat? I don't know. They're supposed to beat Camel Rider. They've got this 10x versus they got this 10x versus Cav or whatever it is, 10x, not 2x. 2x was doing 16 DPS. I'm pretty sure they do more DPS to I'm pretty sure they're winning against Cav. They winning versus Cav? I'm like 95% sure. Where is this? Does counter Cav. What did I have here? Did I write it down? I did. DPS per pop times counter. So 5.3 DPS per pop. I'm assuming 5.3 DPS per pop, and every other cavalry unit shouldn't be that close, right? In terms of like DPS per pop. What's that DPS per pop? There. Yeah, the closest one in terms of DPS is the Jaguar Rider, which is at 4.6. What about cost? I mean, it's hard to tell on that because my thing isn't accounting for DPS per cost with the cost per DPS 15. Cost per DPS over here. It is expensive. Camel Rider is a fucking expensive unit. Let's keep playing. Those are some fast elephants. Wait, what? Make dark. Nah, that's a crazy suggestion, Young Earth. Could you imagine? Do you imagine an extra 15% HP on the elephant? An extra 30% HP on the elephant? Holy shit. That would be insane. Yeah, mass laser crocodiles sounds like an option. Like like some sort of mass myth unit is the only myth unit the only myth units you can make mass of versus Greek are the low cost, low pop myth units, right? So you're making Petsukos, or you're making Wadget. Maybe I should give late game Wadgets a go versus Greek as well. Or you're making Sphinx. I wonder how terrible late game Wadgets would be. Instead of building like a mummy, you get 2 Wadgets out. It's the same pop. It's the same cost, basically. Close enough to. How much damage do you reckon they're doing with the plus? I don't know how much percent. Yeah, the myth units do get scaling per age. Maybe that's the solution. Just add 50% for damage. Is that all they get? 50%? You get 25% and 25%. So it is, you're right. So 12 DPS and then 8 divine would go to 12 as well, just over 12. How much DPS are you doing? The problem is if I build this unit, it'll die instantly. Because it's a single target, it's got low HP, it dies to Bellerophon, Perseus, Polyphemus very quickly. That's right, we'll try. You have to remember I'm getting 2 Wadgets, right? For the cost of a mummy. So it's double that. So it's 12, so it's 24 plus 24 if I'm in the mythic age. Of course, I don't get the minions back, but I'm also not caring about that. I'm just caring about the fact that I need to kill a fucking Hades army. If they're going to sit there and play the way they... Well, I mean, every Hades player plays that way. There's no Hades player that doesn't play like that.
In what area?
Are you refer?
Direct. Direct. Arc.
In you are you.
Finito.
Into.
In a arc.
Greek. Are you refer? And we are you refer?
Hello, I am doing good. I am doing very, very good. Thank you for the good day.
In what tile?
And you knew.
Anti-area.
In you.
In which case fire.
And we are you.
Finito.
In Greek. You are you refer?
This way.
In which?
Rig.
In what? Arc. In a
Finito.
direct.
Tayo. No.
Tile.
Finito. In each kid bear.
Antio.
Gereg.
In a area.
And nu. Ak nu. And which you are you refer? In Greek you are you Dayo. You I air.
Alright, let me shoot this. Let me shoot this.
In wedge.
In bear.
Up the ruse. Wait, is
I need to. Are you Dayo? You are you refer?
is Australia playing America yet? I haven't been following. I know that there is an Australia America game, but
And which Dayo.
oh, Dwarven horseshoes
I need
in
to.
2.5 hours. Oof.
Greek. Are you
Wild.
Dayo?
I imagine Australia is gonna get dumpstered on, right? Like America's got how many more times the population?
Gerek.
There's no way that with and they love sport in America. They invest so much money into sport.
Arc.
I need to. Are you Dayo?
There's no way. Oh, come on.
You are you Dayo. You Dayo. Are you refer? Are you Dayo? Greek. Are you?
No, I win this fight, right? What are you doing?
I need
Don't nibble my priest. You fuck off.
Greek. You I Dayo. You I am.
He need you I buyer in
I need to.
Oh, we're gonna go for this town center.
Are you refer?
Actually, go this way. He can't come this way. I'm gonna go back.
rig. Tie buyer. He need tag. Kids in kids.
In a kid.
He need kids. Buyer.
Gerek. Into.
No.
Enito. And Dayo. Are you Dayo? I am. In kid. Bear. In a kid. 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 In you. Bear.
Antio.
Rig. Are you buyer?
In a Hayo.
In you I air buyer.
In Greek. And we I Dayo. You I am.
All right. What map is soccer played on? I don't know. I haven't been following it.
Enito. Dayo refer. You Dayo. Are you Dayo?
Oh.
Dayo. Greek. Are you Dayo? You I am.
He need to.
Are you refer? Greek. And you Enito. Are you refer? You Enito. Gerek.
In wedge.
Beria at you. Bear. Into you, kid.
Gir. Arc.
Are you refer?
In wedge.
In you refer. You I air.
And you refer?
Antio. Hayo.
He
Erifir.
need Dayo.
In it, correct. Into you. You air.
In a Gir. Arc. Erifir.
Are you refer? Dayo. You air.
In which you I air.
Antio. Arc.
All right. Well, we got our town center up. We got our
Enito.
nice little position.
Greek.
I think we should be fine.
Dayo.
Definitely need more food though.
And with you air. Are you refer?
He need to.
Gire. Hayo. In wedge. Arc.
Greek. Dayo. Are you refer? Air. In it. You air. Kid. 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 And with Greek. Dayo. Are you refer? You air. And are
Okay.
you refer? In you air. Dayo. In afternoon. You. And with air.
I think we just drop an armory and
Ini ayo refer.
Gerek. Ay
You
beya.
guys go here.
Inke. Ine gerek. Gerek. You refer. Beya.
And you ayo. You ayo refer.
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what the Oh, he's got a samurai. Am I gonna be okay if he's going full samurai?
Atanu.
Refer. Inu.
Ini ayo refer. Ini
I just got to get to the heroic age so I have a usable unit in the chariot archer.
Entio. Kid.
and ayo refer. Ini
Ine gerek. Gerek. Beya. In wedge. Kid. Kid. Beya.
ayo. Giri you ayo refer. Ayo you ini itu. Ayo you ayo.
That's disappointing.
Giri. Ini itu. Ayo refer. Ayo.
In with you refer. Twig. I am. No.
And you ayo refer. Giri you
Gerek. Ine gerek. Kid.
ini itu. Ayo. You ayo. Ayo refer. You Greek.
Entio.
In with you. No.
Ayo refer. Greek. Ayo.
Ayu. You are beya. Gerek. You refer. Beya. Ine ayu. You refer.
Finito. Do you refer kids? Ini enak. Baya.
Entio. You
And ayo you ayo refer. And you
beya.
Twig.
All right, let's get ourselves our stuff.
Gerek. You kid.
ayo refer. Ini itu. Ayo refer. And you ayo.
Oh, yeah. How good are priests at the moment? Priests are pretty bad as a counter myth unit. They're very, very good
In wedge.
as a
Kids.
Gerek. You kid. Ine kid.
Twig. Kids. In which. Finito. Kids.
how do I explain it? They're very, very good when they're very, very good. Hold on, my brain will switch on at some point. I promise.
Ayo refer.
In which.
What was I trying to say?
Ayo refer.
Kid.
Ayo refer.
Get some barracks down.
Kids. In which. Kids.
Ayo.
Priests, they're good when there's not that many myth units out, and you can kill them off.
Twig.
But as soon as there's a ton of them, they're not very good. They're really good at healing. That's their main, like, sink of power, so to speak.
Kids.
Gerek. Kid. Ine gerek. Kid. In kid.
Ayo refer.
In which. Kids.
In wedge.
Twig. Baya.
Ini ayo.
Into you. Into you. You you. Entio. Gerek. Kid.
In a jirek.
In you into you Go into you. Into you. N you in you
Garrick.
in
Kid.
Garrick. Into you. N wedge.
Finito. Kids.
Into you. N wedge. Into you. E-U-E-L. Into you. Go.
It's not on that town center. Did I grab this one then? Like, I'm not looking to really fight the guy. He's Japanese. You almost want to stay away from him.
Greek. Tayo. Tayo repair.
I should wall up the map.
Tayo. And we tayo repair. UIR. Garrick. Kid. Kid. Tayo repair. Tayo. Entio. Bea.
Finito. Kids.
Tayo repair.
On the barracks or two.
Baya.
Into you.
Finito.
Go. U-E-L. Into you.
My guy is better than me. Why aren't you going in through the fucking gate?
Into you.
NDU Baya. Kids. Finito.
Into you.
Green at Baya. Enemies kids Baya.
Into you.
Finito kids Baya. Rig. Kids. Entayo. Kids. Baya. Rig. Baya. NUI act. Tayo. EU refer.
Why do I have villages there? Questions I would like answered.
Into you.
I need to secure my map. Yeah. Why didn't they run? I had them queued up to run. I think he's one town center. I think that's why he's going crazy aggressive. I could be wrong.
Into you, into you, into you,
You need to enrich at kids.
and into
Break.
you,
Enrich in EU repair.
Greek. Tayo. Ayo repair.
in which, into you, in
UIR. Tayo.
into you,
Ayo repair.
into
Break. Kids.
Greek. Tayo.
in kid,
Put some markets up.
Ayo. UIR. Tayo. Tayo.
into you, into you,
Enrich.
in
Kids.
wicked, into you, you,
You need to break up kids.
in girl,
Ayo.
Who's on 2TC here?
Repair. Ayo repair.
Okay. Well,
You need to find. Enrich kids.
let's see what happens if I don't go kill him now. And we just go Mythic Age and we just keep building the units that we're building. I need to make sure that I do have Axemen. I'm going to try and grab this town center.
Break kids. Quixote.
Ayo repair.
You need to.
Tayo.
Cannot grab this town center.
Ayo repair.
Enrich kids. Break up kids. Enrich repair. Up kids.
into you,
Break kids.
girl, into you, anyway, into you, in which,
Got him!
kid,
And we need to break our kids.
into you, into you, girl,
Yeah, the only thing that I think his army beats me is this Shinobi. Or Myth unit. GG. Nefra! I think you have to go Minakata Tomi versus Egyptian as Amaterasu. We did it! Good night, jolly man. We beat a player at 1400 with Egyptian. Let's go. Alright. Let me see if there's any games going on the old shenanigans that's worth watching. Pakal and Chasing the Sun, Aizenmato and Skonto. What happens if I play as Eggy versus Mosca? I mean, I do get the level up boost of me respecting the player I'm playing against, and I try to win. But Egyptian, like, okay, if I just go through the matchups that I think Egyptian is okay into. Of course, against Norse, I can always outplay, but I think I almost prefer to play Norse now versus Egyptian. Not sure. I have to see a few more games and maybe play some games myself to see if I'm happy with that matchup. But I was already on the fence about it a while ago, and then the buffs sort of came in. I remember beating Cluminati's set with Norse not too long ago, and Cluminati was like top 5 on the ladder with set. I was like, it's kind of close if you know what you're doing with Norse. I don't think you can play Egyptian versus Atlanteans. I think they just shit on you if they know what they're doing. I don't think you beat Greek. Sorry, I don't think you beat Hades with Egyptian. I don't think you beat Zeus with Egyptian. I don't think you beat Poseidon with Egyptian. Though there's probably specific maps that Egyptians are going to be able to be okay on. I don't know. But I don't think you win these anymore. Like, unless, yeah, not in the fortifications patch. Demeter, I don't really know. I thought she was really good, but everyone seems to be struggling with her, so maybe she went from A tier last patch and her really strong things got nerfed, and all the stuff, the new tools she got given wasn't enough to help her out. I don't know. She also might still be really good. I don't know. I'm just gonna go off there. I think you can sort of play versus China now because the Spearman is decent. So that means you should be able to deal with Tiger Cav. But there's a whole myriad of other problems against China now. And I think China is just not falling behind on tempo, which is wild because it's the tempo sieve. So I don't know if I'm right on that assessment or not, but I don't think you're falling behind on tempo. I don't think you've got a timing attack. So maybe you are okay in the late game versus the Tiger Cav with Spearman now. I don't know. I don't think you beat Minakata Tomi. I think that Tsukiyomi is a god that I probably wouldn't want to play all too much versus Egyptian. That's one matchup that's probably okay for Egyptians. But I might be wrong on that. And I don't think you can play versus any of the Aztecs if it's a high level. So Norse is like borderline. Atlantean is no. Greek I think is no. But I might be wrong. I might be missing something. China is no. Matarasu Susanoo is no. So 2/3 no. And Aztecs are no. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matchups that I can outskill in. Maybe these matchups I can outskill in. But yeah. Well, I think that Egyptian is just in a hard place. Poseidon is set favored. It might be. But I would probably play, I would even consider playing like Ares stuff there as well, right? Like how are you beating all the Cyclops? As set. It's fucking hard. You make one mistake and you lose the game. What buffs do Egyptian need to be competitive? I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, we got the Huitzilopochtli. I am going to just try and play a solid game and just try my best. I'm not going to use the slinger because it doesn't work. I've got a forward gold mine. I don't know what level I'm playing against. I'm just going to try my best. Oh, that's not in range. I gotta delete that.
In Bay.
Just gonna put it here.
Kid.
Arc.
And you refer. In Kid. In Bay. And you refer. And you refer. In Bay. In Greek. You
I should put the monument on the other side so I can empowerment up
Greek.
stuff.
In Greek.
With bias take it to Shemaine, yeah.
You refer.
That's the problem. It's my bias. I'm like routinely saying it's probably because I'm bad, because like I'm hearing other top players say, no, Egyptian's good, but like every single time I see them play, I'm just like, what are you guys seeing in these fucking scrims? And of course, they don't want to share the scrims because that would be giving away their strategies and shit. So obviously they know something that no one else knows. And then they try it out in the tournaments and then it doesn't work. So I don't know. It used to be, if in doubt, Spearman Chariot, but now it's if in doubt, Slinger Elephant. I'm not going to build the Slinger. I'm just not. The Slinger is dead to me.
In wedge. Kid. Into. Incorrect. Kid. Into. Kid. By you. Kid. Bay. In wedge. Kid. Bay. Gerek. Kid. Bay. Gerek. Greek. You refer. And we you I er. In you refer. You er. Gerek. Into you refer.
Jirayo.
Image erek beya. In ak. Kid beya. Gerek. Beya. Greek and Enito Greek
Okay, I have to abandon this side it. He is building heroes.
and we Greek. It.
You're fucking kidding me. I have 4 spearmen on the thing. I've been long distance doing this as well. Meanwhile, everyone's else like, you should probably build some units to do this stuff. And I'm like, I did. I literally did. He's done nothing. He probably has 2 town centers behind this. Where is my other one? Up here? Oh, it's just going to be more of these things. Okay. Maybe I'm okay here. I don't know. Do I go next age here, or what do I do?
In a Jirak, in what? Into you, and you, in which, in what? Jirak,
in your case,
Into wedge.
in which you are air.
Image erect.
Are you repair?
Into
Are you repair? And
into into in wedge. You in pro kid. In wedge kid.
Finito, kids. Rig,
Image and into you refer.
in which finito, tap, nice,
Into you. Yeah, you
rig, tap,
Go into you.
in which you repair. Finito, you are rig, tap. Finito, you repair.
Energy higher.
Rig, you repair.
You girl, you and into
Pintayo, kids. Rig, kids. In kids.
girl.
Rig, in which via.
Encourage.
In which kids. Finito, kids.
Into they are in a direct kid into in your
Rig, you repair.
direct into
In which finito. Rig, up, you refinaya in via. Kids. In which I am kids. Finito, rig, babaya. In which I air.
in kid up
Rig, I air.
get you
Finito,
in you
in up, you repair. Rig,
get crow and
in
Yahweh
which
direct
kids. Finitayo, kids, via.
in wedge image you into get it there
Rig,
Great and Dayo. And Inado. Ayo repair.
I really don't want to build slingers though.
Dayo.
Break in up you tayo. Break in up
You are Dayo. Ayo repair. Dayo. You I air. And Ayo repair.
I guess we're building slingers.
Dayo. Ayo I Dayo. In you Ayo Dayo.
Thank you for the prime, Reconner. I can't say your name. Reconeronte. Appreciate you, my friends.
And I great and Inito. Dayo. Ayo repair. Dayo. Inito. Ayo repair. Ayo repair. Inito. Dayo. Dayo. You Ayo Dayo. Ayo repair.
Break tayo. Baya.
And we Dayo. Great Inito. Ayo repair. Dayo. You Ayo Dayo. Ayo repair. You Dayo. You Ayo repair. You Dayo. Ayo repair. And we Dayo. And Dayo. You I air. Any you I Dayo. And great you I air. In you Dayo repair. Dayo. Dayo. And you I air. Great.
I have no food? For how long have I had no food? Well, I survived. Did I have fun? Kinda. Kinda. It basically said that my army sucks. Like, my army is terrible as Egyptian. So instead of building military, I thought I'd just use my villages. But he didn't go for... Like, he was building spearmen versus my no cavalry. Unfortunately, spearmen
I'm building my spearman because I need a unit that can kill off his heroes. Because I don't have a unit that can kill off his heroes in this army. Come to think of it, that's probably why the devs in Ensemble Studios thought it was a good idea to make the Norse hearse an infantry unit rather than an Egyptian style priest. So yeah. Why did they quit? I don't really know. I think he just looked at the score and realized he was pretty far behind. I think he was out of gas. But yeah, the all-in way of playing the Aztecs versus Egyptian probably works if you have some more power units, I guess. What do you think of making Warrior Priest into an infantry unit? That'd be a very bad move because it'd be the same problems. I'll tell you what. It might work. It might not be a terrible idea. The two options are, so one thing that the Ensemble Studios devs didn't have was the ability to have a divine damage system. So the Egyptian priest had basically no damage, but had like a ridiculous bonus multiplier, right? They basically kept that system, but they also boosted the priest by making a divine damage when it attacks a myth unit. The warrior priest and the Tajipla could, and this would work. You'd have to obviously play like balance around this. Could have the exact same system whereby if they're hitting a human unit, they're doing no damage or like three hack, four hack, something low. And then when they're hitting a myth unit, they're hitting divine damage. They could do that, and it would probably work. And of course, the Tajipla could get a ridiculous boost of damage or something if it's attacking a myth unit. Against like the AoE would only work, or the special attack or whatever would only work versus a whatchamacallit. Don't ask me where I'm going with that. I don't know. I got no ideas. Hashtag last match. That's my perfect 1000 custom ELO rating. Love it. Where to next? Should I play? I need to eat something. I'm very, very hungry. Divine made a post about wits. Wonderful. What does Huitzilopochtli actually have? Maybe we can watch the last game that Divine played versus Huitzilopochtli and see what he's talking about. This is normally when people make a post on the Discord, is when they recently lose a game. I haven't seen it. I don't know which account he's on. Anyone know what account Divine's playing on now? Oh, I am casting the Keen versus CBB. Yes. Is there a different account he's playing on that's not called Divine? All right. I'm going to have the shortest of breaks. I'm going to grab myself a little cheeky something to eat. I'm going to have some toast and some peanut butter.
because that's what I feel like. You guys are going to watch Izamato against Atif. I will watch it with you. It's a Zeus versus Susanoo. I think this is a half decent matchup. And I will be right back. All right. I think the Aztecs have the tools to deal with anti-infantry, which makes the idea of giving the Wire Priest the infantry tag not bad. It requires some testing. Not really. Norse have got better anti-infantry than the Aztecs in the classical age. That's where the issue will arise, right? It's when you're... Then again, you can kind of fast heroic every single map and be in a good spot. You might be right. You might be very right. Vega, what's happening, man? Nice game versus Keto the other day. I casted you. It's a fantastic game. Well played. So thoughts on this matchup from the Zeus side? What do you want to do versus Susanoo? Like Susanoo just wants to get to his Dragon Typhoon, right? But like Dragon Typhoon might not be that big of a deal versus Zeus because you can click Restoration. So the question is, how can you build it? Can you build a Death Ball? Do you have to just play for Hoplite Toxo Peltas? Can you go Hippias with Athena to kick it off? Of course, you want to just send the units into your opponent's base at the start. I am going to cast Keen vs CBB, yeah. That's in 30 minutes, right? We will watch that game. That's going to be very, very fun. Is it the semi-final or the final? I think my toast is up, so I'll be right back. I'll keep talking to you. Can we get Norse gameplay? Maybe.
Holy headbutt. Doesn't matter if he doesn't get any kills though. He'll just get him healed back up. Nah. I'll probably play another game after I eat this. Hot White, Dog Sony! The guy's insane! Does this work? I gotta try this. I wouldn't even think to try this. You're like fighting right into the Bushido. I think you just lose to Yumi Archer though. Like if a tip just goes into full Yumi Archer. Does this look like Vegemite? It's peanut butter. Of course, the moment I see someone starting to make more than like 5 Yumi Archer, I probably just click advance. Shrine of the Hunt down. There's some impressive Zeus right now. I kind of want to speed through it. Dionysus. I think this is a restoration 200 favor angle. Like, this god power is too good to be cast for only a 125 favor. It was like, what was it on launch? Like 80 favors, 75 favor, 50 favor? I can't remember. Like, the more you think about it, the more you're like, this god power is cracked. I hope Eric hears me. Just one of the best gods in the game right now. Without question. Greek in general. $70 plus 10. There you go. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's one big problem with Zeus. People want to play it on water, and then there's other better gods on water. So people like play it on water on. Actually, hang on. Let me. I got interested in this the other day. I didn't look it up. I just like thought about it. I was like, hang on. What are the stats on this? Because if Zeus did so well on land, how did he do on water in Pandora's box? Because that's where everyone thinks he's the best at. I know Frozen Continent got 2 wins because they were in the finals. Zeus was a 63% win rate god on the water maps. If I take out Frozen Continent and hit filter again, 55%. What about on Socotra? 50%. There you go. But actually, the best god on water was Amaterasu. Fushi Nuwa. Loki was close to Zeus as well. Crazy. Didn't Zeus lose everything? No. In the last tournament we had, Pandora's Box, on land, Zeus is 5-1 or 4-1. Can't remember. 5-1, 4-1, something like that. What do I think about no equal guild for faster talents in it? It's just better. I mean, the math speaks for itself though, right? If the town center gets up faster, you get an extra villager. An extra villager, well, you get 2 things. You get the extra villager and you get more safety. So extra villager is worth more than hand axe and pickaxe. Of course, there's like a timeline. Let me get the MS Paint thing up. I had this you can watch the stream. I talked about it. Let me get my Picasso out. You guys love when I go Picasso mode, right? Come on, work with me. You love when I go Picasso mode. So let's go here. So you have, actually I'll do this. You have this. This is our timeline, right? Let's call this no eco. Let's call this no eco. I just put this up here. And let's call this eco. Okay? So this here is when we advance. This here is when we advance. This here is TC. And this here is TC. Right? So let's go green. So this area here is the advantage for eco. This is where we get our advantage. This one is where we'll go this color. This one is where the faster town center gets its advantage. If that makes any sense. There's a lot of colors here. In other words, later advance time gives you more resources here. Earlier advance time gives you more resources here. If that makes sense. So it depends on when you need the more resources. All right, that's free coaching. Next time I charge you $50. So it's just up to what like what you want, because in that specific game you committed to that second town center from minute 0, and it was a garbage town center, but because you're Kvoth and you're a god, you won the game. And also Tsukiyomi is no good into Gaia, right? But if you had went economic guild opening, you saw the town center, you scouted it, you probably wouldn't have taken that town center. You probably would have played a different style. But correct me if I'm wrong. You still would have You should have lost that game. You should have lost that game. Just saying, you should have. That game should have been lost. I'm not gonna. I reckon you play that game like 10 times again, and I think after like the third game you'll start to lose it consistently versus someone who knows the tricks. We didn't defend well. We didn't defend badly. It's mostly like the tricks, right? The tricks of, oh, I'm getting attacked on the right. Let me put some villagers over onto the left. If there was a myth unit or a strong unit on the left to see that, then all of a sudden you're losing citizens over there, right? And that's the general way to stop that. Or if it got walled off or whatever, lots of different ways to sort of stop that left town center. If you stop the left left gold mine, then the right gold mine we can focus on, you know? And it would have been a lot harder. All right. Let's keep going. More Ra. We got about 13 minutes. It's soup. We got about 13 minutes until this tournament. So I will resign here for the tournament game if it happens to go that way. Hi, soup. Good luck. Have fun.
In which into direct pile image direct until
in which killed by a
direct in white pile
in Greek, refer
Greg you by a
and we
Alright, let's do that.
into
Finito
you know
in Greek
direct
in which
in which you
and
Finito
Greek
Greg
and we
What are we gonna do? How are we gonna play this?
in Greek refer
in a direct
Oh, I forgot to get pickaxe. Whoops.
can we Inito.
And you get a house up as well.
Gerek. Kid. Bea. Agrik. Ayu refer. Inito. UIR. Agrik. Ayu refer.
In wedge. Inage erect. Enti nu. In nu.
Plan UIR. Ayu refer. Gerek. And which.
In which
And which. Ayu refer. And ayu refer.
ini ak baya rig kids in kids
Image kid.
ini baya
Inito. Ayu refer.
I think we'll play some classical fight here.
Agrik.
Eh.
Inito. Ayu
Probably is a
refer.
terrible idea, but that's what I want to do.
rig iu baya
Agrik. Ayu refer.
In kid. Bea. Gerek.
in ayu baya
And which.
Entio. Ak nu. Gerek.
ini to rig ui kids kids kids
Inito. Ayu UIR. Ayu UIR. Ayu refer. Greek UIR. Inito. Ayu refer. UIR. And which. Greek. Ayu refer. UIR. Ayu refer.
In kid. Ro in yawit.
And which.
So that's a Tekken Town Center.
Image erect.
Without question.
in which rig
Inito. Ayu refer.
ini to kids
Gerek kid.
in ak iu kids
But it's a back one.
rig
Greek and which.
Uh-huh.
Ayu refer.
in which baya ini to rig kids
Enti I nu.
in
Greek. Ayu refer. Ayu refer. Ayu refer.
In UER.
Greek. Ayu.
And where. EU refer. In Gerek. And into UER.
And which.
Into air Gerek. UE at you. And wedge. In the EU. Into you. You Gerek. In EU refer. Into EU. Into air. And UE at Gerek. At you. Into you. And wedge. In the UE at into in the in UE in the UE into you. In the you refer. In UER and into you. EU girl in UE into you. EUER into you. Girl and EUER into girl. And into girl into you.
Inito.
And in the
You. Ayu refer.
Gerek, you into you. Into you.
Ayu UIR.
And in you into you.
Inito.
Into you.
Greek and
Into you. EU refer. Girl. EU refer. Ia at N wedge. Into EU refer. Into you. Into you. Into you. Girl. Into you.
Great. In tayo at baya.
Into you. At you. Errechter. Into you. Get into you. Into you. Get you. Into you. And in the you refer. Get and the into you. Into you. Girl, into you. And you get in
In which no.
into girl. Into and wait. Girl. Into you. Into you.
In EU baya.
Garrett.
Great. In which I kids.
Girl. Into you. And you refer. Into you.
Can I just die to Fey Beast or something? I guess I can shifting sands away from it.
Into you.
In kids baya.
Into you.
Well, I'm glad I built units and was trying to kill off his thing.
Kids.
That's nice.
Great. EU refer. Kids. You need to add. Kids.
Anjio
Great. Ayo repair. Ayo.
Greg, kids. Any kids.
I need great.
You refer.
Greg, kids.
In which.
Ayo repair. Great.
And crew kids. You need to. Greg, you are here.
Into you. Energy higher.
Greg, tired.
Gary. And where you refer. Into you.
You need to. Kids.
Into you refer. Go into you. And you into you. And into you. You refer. Go into you. And you go and into you. You refer. Into you. And Gary.
You need to. And kids. And you react through kids.
And you into
Ayo repair. Any dayo.
Go. Into you. And into you.
Where are my resources at?
Go.
Great. Repair.
Killed.
Greek.
Break. In which you refer you at Baya. Finito money Babaya. In which you refer kill. Break kill.
I just don't have the infrastructure to get the units back out. What am I doing? I also have no upgrades.
break kills.
Garrett. Into you.
Break up.
I got no units. I don't have the spears out to kill. I got villagers though. I still have a gold mine. I think I'm dead. Well, this army is working quite nicely versus what Soup's doing. I think if I got into this position in a better spot, this would be quite nice actually versus China. Maybe I should do 2 TC classical fight, grab the 3rd town center, and then go mythic age chasing. It's just like yeah, I know he's down. I know we're down to our last gold mines. Yeah, I thought I could grab this. Oh well. How far behind on economy am I? Oof. Not the best of games from me. All right. So there is this MCL thing going on. Is there a game room? Oh, they just started. That's nice. All right. Let's double click on that and see how it goes. His hunt on the 2nd town center was pretty decent. Yeah, he had quite a good 2nd town center. I didn't. My town center was hot garbage. His was very, very nice. It is what it is. All right, we better do the MCL finals. Keen versus C. Is it CBB? It says upper finals. I don't even know what that means. Maybe 2 to 3 wedges could do more than so many spears and axes. I did want to put down extra monuments. I don't know when. I think I tried to and I just didn't do it. I don't know. My brain not working too well there. Might be the getting into the 4th hour of the stream. That's the time the brain stops functioning. Catch me early on before I play a fuck ton of games and it's a lot better. It's a lot better. Soup just taking advantage. Exactly. No, but that Horus against China obviously feels very, very good. But then again, can't he make dragons? I don't know why he wasn't making dragons. Maybe the dragons are terrible now and they need to get buffed. The reason you don't build that army versus China is because of dragons. Really hard to deal with them. But I guess Soup was so far ahead, didn't even need to use them. He made turtles instead. Oh, come on, guys. Every team game since like the beginning of time has been on Mediterranean. These guys fucking love this one. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. I have not. Oh, this is still looking like I need to see this. I need to pause it for even longer. What the hell? All right, this is the Mythic Clan League, hosted by DoD, and we are on the map Mediterranean. So this is the upper bracket finals, also known as the winners finals. There are winners and losers in life, and both of these teams are currently winners. However, at the end of this series, I don't know if it's best of 5 or best of 7. At the end of this series, there will only be one winner remaining. Down the bottom here, we have player playing as Zeus. This is the team CBB. We have Tunison playing as Gaia. And we've got, finally, over on the bottom side, or right side, we have Mosca playing as Isis. The other team is following suit very nicely here with basically the same gods. We got Isis for Kvoth. We have ourselves Freyr for Keto. And finally, we have Grass playing as Gaia. Now, I like the Freyr pick here from Keto. We can get into a little bit of why later. But the main reason I like this pick is because he didn't pick Zeus. And Zeus has been picked to the nines. The teeth have been punched in many times by a Zeus player. And it's been very, very rare for players to want to go away from the Zeus. So, because of the underworld potential here. But Keto, he is a man in his own reality with his own thoughts and his own feelings, and he feels like he can do what he needs to do in this game. Now, from what I've heard, both of these teams, whenever they play their little scrimmages or whatever against other teams or whatever's going on, I don't really understand the team game sort of circuit, so to speak. Whenever these guys are playing their team games, Keen is always winning, and CBB are always winning. These guys are the two best teams, bar none, basically. There's none that come close to these two teams. So these are the two best teams currently playing Age of Mythology Retold, as far as I'm concerned. There might be some other team that I haven't heard of or seen yet, but these two teams have been incredibly powerful, incredibly successful, and very, very strong. But it is Mediterranean, and now is when we'll go through some of the kind of tactics that, or reasons for certain gods. So Gaia, fantastic god here to mix in with Zeus. Allows the Zeus player to skip a storehouse and also boost their wood income up. But mostly the skip of the storehouse, though in this sort of situation, was not necessary because there is a shared gold mine and wood line. So you can kind of get away without doing that and maybe throwing it over onto the Isis player first. That's what happened anyways, over onto the Isis player. So both players enjoying the Gaia Forest. Also got Keto getting the Gaia Forest, and we've got Grass enjoying that. Giving it for himself instead of giving it to Kvoth is a little greedy, but what can you do? It will give him a slight edge over Tunison, which might be necessary. Next god to go over is Zeus. What's Zeus bringing to the table here? Well, it's mostly just the underworld and the restoration. Restoration is at such a big advantage on the water because everyone will converge onto one spot. Restoration is clicked. Restoration is hitting 300, 400 population of unit sometimes, and can be incredibly powerful. If you're all fighting in the center, then everyone converges on one spot, and that's what happens. Isis finally here has got a couple of different cool angles that we might or might not see. For example, the angle of this god here to get Solar Bark, or this god here to get Funeral Barge, and get a bunch of Leviathans out on the water. And that then brings me to the final god. It is a 3 versus 3, so there's 6 gods, but 2 are repeats. Is Keto on the Freyr, whom gets this technology, which is absolutely cracked. Summon 1 Kraken for every 500 damage dealt by the dragon ships. So it's basically an upgraded version of the Isis one. A little bit better, I would say. A little bit more consistent. There's no chance involved. Do 500 damage with a siege ship, and you get rewarded. And I imagine he's going to be going for that fairly quickly. Now, the next question is going to be, how aggressive do people go on the land? How aggressive do they go on water? The obvious thing is to start building ships on water, but you can also do random attacks on the land as well. For example, if the Isis here is close to the Zeus, for example, the Zeus can send their Heracles in and things like that. The CBB team have hidden their Zeus away in the pocket here, so he might not go for that early Heracles Jason sort of play, instead do something a little bit different, and he indeed is doing that as the Trireme is going to be coming through, and Kvoth is in full defense mode. Now, it's been a long time since I've seen really, really high level players microing and playing water shenanigans here. It's not an easy thing to micro. There's a lot of tricks involved in order to make the units do formation blending. You can see that the war barge goes straight through the boats in certain situations, but in other situations, it's not going to. So you've got to be very, very tricky with that, as the Plague of Serpents does get pulled over onto this side. Keto is now
making his way over here. Restoration gets dropped from player super early. Can't say I'm a big fan of that one, but also can't say I'm a big fan of sitting in front and tanking all of that damage there, as Kvoth will pull back over onto this side. However, Grass showing it to Tunison for the moment, as both players are going to be dropping their carnivores. There is no holds barred in this affair. Both teams shall be smacking into each other and never stopping. But for now, it looks like Kvoth and Keto have held against the early game, and player is going to rotate over here and attempt to catch out the Grass, who is in this spot. But here's the thing. Grass is Atlantean, and this is the next little itty-bitty sort of nonsense. Take a look at the speed. Actually, never mind. Am I dumb? I am dumb. For some reason, I thought these guys had the speed advantage. There is a Civ that has a speed advantage right on the water. Someone's in there. I don't know. I can't. Aztec have a speed advantage again. There is a speed advantage, but not in this one. I was remembering Legacy. That's fine. Nonetheless, player coming through, and we will see now Keto on the way to help out, as we do see the second talent centers now coming up for both Mosca and for player. Incredibly in sync. These two individuals are on the other side. There is simply just an Asgardian Bastion over here. We will see now Kvoth making his way over onto this town center and going to be looking for his own little bit of paradise, and also a longhouse for Keto. Keto, it's not going to matter to him how slow he gets his second town center up, so long as it's not too far behind everyone else. And in this situation, he's not too far behind everyone else. He's fair. It's a little cheaper to build a town center as Norse, so he's going to be able to keep pumping. And he should be looking to take advantage of this. In fact, right now, he should be looking to double hard onto Mosca, as Grass dives in, tries to take out the war barges on the back. Mosca caught out in a big way. We've got now the rest of the naval fleet of Keto coming in, the Frere naval fleet coming in. While this is happening, we do see Tunison going straight after these docks, saying, no, you need to eat fire and projectile. Town centers for both the Gaia players also coming up while this is going on. Players going to be bailing out on this position. One dock getting picked off is not worth it here, I would not say, for Team CBB, but they are seemingly in a pretty good position after all is said and done there. Kvoth is down to one cabinet, 2 war barges. Keto still has a healthy amount of units here. Speaking of which, is this the $1,500 price? Well, no, it was $1,000. I'll go $1,000. I don't know what it is. It's euros or something. I don't know. It's close to I don't know. We'll just put 1,000 in the top. Okay. Fire ships will come through and take out Keto's remnants of his ships, and it looks like the Keen clan have decided to abandon all water hopes for the moment. They're going to grab all their town centers. This gives a pretty big advantage over to the CBB team. They're going to be able to get, obviously, their docks. They're going to be able to get all their fish. They're going to be able to get the center position for this gold mine. You can enjoy the monkeys and the tree there as well if they like. But the main bonus is obviously all the fish in the middle of the map, as the docks will get cleaned up. And all of this military resource stiff is not going to matter a whole lot. We are seeing Grass continuing his aggressive ways as he's charging over here. We've got the Minotaur in onto this position as well. It's 3 town centers here for Grass, 3 town centers in for Keto, 3 town centers in for Kvoth, coming up to 3 town centers for Mosca, coming up to now 3 town centers for player. And the only player here who is going to be sort of shortchanged on the town center game is Tunison. Tunison has not managed to get his position sorted, and Keen are going to lean on this and attempt to take as much of an advantage here as they possibly can. do see a little bit of a gold tribute there. I'm not exactly sure what that was for. Have a little cheeky look at what's going on. We see Sobek coming through for Kvoth. We've got the Aegir coming through. Everyone's going to be advancing Apollo. No surprises there. Rhea is pre-queued for Tunison, but he is still a little ways away from that. Advanced time string for everyone, as everyone is now happily in the heroic age, except for the Gaia players, as they need to respect. They need to spam. Meanwhile, another Asgardian hill fort actually coming through for Keto to secure this fort position. Saving a little bit there. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the dock shenanigans from Keto. He's not gone for the fast heroic. He's not got all the fun tools available to himself. So we're not going to see any mass Kraken sort of spawnages from a mass amount of war barges. Like, the ideal situation would be for one ISIS to go for mass cabinets, Freya to go for mass war barges, and then the Atlantean player to go for mass fire ships and work as a team for the entirety of the water fight and enjoy those upgrades. But, of course, that there is too hard to manage, obviously. Okay. Kraken is out to get a little bit of damage done. We got Kvoth moving up on into the middle of the map. There is a slight score differential. Villager differential is in favor of the Keen clan, I think. Yes. These guys are teal, and these guys are red. So, slight villager advantage, but that is circumvented by all the fishing ships. So, I don't think there is a massive advantage here, even though the score is saying there is, for Keen. In fact, now there's a 4th town center for Keto. He is going to get up to 100 villagers very, very fast. Trader there gets dropped onto the behemoth that gets stolen right back as Tunison is doing some garrison micro with the portable rams bashing away. Berserk's getting pulled back, throwing axeman, getting that damage done too, as the Carnivora does get dropped down from both players onto this position. And the good thing here for Kvoth is he needs to know that he doesn't need to win his side. He can lose his side slowly. He does not need to force anything. He can be very, very careful with it. Locust Swarm does get dropped down. Lots and lots of damage here. However, the Tempest is now coming in, and that is going to be, I think, enough for Tunis's Town Center to go down. But behind this, guess who's going Hephaestus? Guess who's going Hephaestus? The player is going Hephaestus. He's going to get his gigantic power spike in, and he is going to be a menace to deal with. That being said, there is also a Mythic Age coming in for Mosca as he's going up through Osiris there. We're not seeing any Mythic Ages on the other side. Town Center falls here. Kvoth, he's making some very, very solid moves here. And, well, he will have to deal with the Mythic Age, but he's getting some solid damage done with all these siege towers as he charges forward. Another Asgardian Bastion getting dropped somewhere on the map. I don't know where. I don't know why. But there was one somewhere. Back here. Into the main base just to make sure that that's defended against any sort of underworld shenanigans. So far, the attack has not been successful. But Keen has taken the entirety of the map. Throw an Axeman. Going to clean up those Apaspist so quickly. You've got to be so careful here. Playing infantry into all these throwing Axemen. This is a death ball of anti-infantry. It's not going to be easy ever. Hephaestus in now for player is a little bit of a scary moment now, though, for Keen, because this is going to be a fully upgraded Zeus in a very short amount of time. The town center does fall, however. Keen is making ground. Kvoth is pulled back for the timing. Did he lose all of his units somewhere? That's not ideal. I think he did. I think he has lost a lot of... He's lost a lot of units. He's got his Patsukos in to try and hold this position forever. Of course, Son of Osiris will be through for Mosca. So that's going to be a big help, but he lost all of his stuff here.
Trader onto the Colossus, and then the counter Trader onto the Colossus. Everyone loves a good Colossus. Why not steal it? And the big question is actually going to be here now for basically the question. I don't believe that Keto and Grass are going to get pushed back here because of this Zeus. This is not enough. Like, Tunison is really far behind. At least that's what it seems like. Tunison is really far behind here. So even though player is going to be full iron, it's still going to be up against full bronze on the other side. So it's not that big of a deal. And this is Frere. Frere is going to be Mythic Age momentarily as well, I'm sure. Keto will be. He's got not quite up to full pop. He's trying to get Vidar. He's getting all of his techs through. He has let up a little bit on pop, so he definitely wants that Mythic Age. Up onto this side, however, the unit's charging through. We do have Spearmen in the mix, which is obviously a very, very nice addition to try and deal with Camel Riders. You can't go pure Camel Rider in the Egyptian mirror, I don't believe, anymore, as the Spearmen have been buffed. They're very, very good versus those Camel Riders. Kvoth is still looking to put pressure on. I really think he can just sit back, put a billion fort stuff up here, and ask Keto to do the same while they're holding over on this side. We do have the Locust Swarm getting dropped down on top of all of those villages. They do get that Migdol Stronghold finished just in the nick of time. And here comes the pain. This is always the move here from TSM player and crew. Gullenbursty gets called upon immediately. That's going to go down, though. Vidar is a little bit on the slow side to come through, and Keto is in full retreat to try and deal with this. He's about to lose this back position. This will, however, the big problem is this allows, as all the towers are up in the world, but that's a lot of destroyers, this allows Grass to push through here. And it's all going to be up to Grass to be able to take down all these towers and make some ground. It's going to be all up to Keto to get back up here and defend this. A full population player is going to be a bit of a difficulty to deal with as well. But also over onto this side, Kvoth is valiantly fighting in the 1v1 on the side. Camel Riders up against Camel Riders, but Myth Unit plus Camel Rider is better than just Camel Rider. Apparently I'm wrong. Camel Rider OP. Nerf Camel Rider. Upgraded Camel Rider OP. As the Crocodiles will be pulling back for the time being. We do have the Inferno coming through. He didn't use the Inferno on the Underworld Passage, though. Yes, he denies the towns, and yes, he kills all these units, but he has to deal with this problem. As a lot... No, that's a Monument to the Gods. Too little, too late there. Of course, there could be an implode or something getting dropped down, so that's the plan. As the Huskals are in, and the units will need to think about bailing. More progress is being made over here. Kvoth, however, when you fall behind in the mirror, you fall behind so quickly. He's going to have to pull some magic out of his backpack and deal with this. But Tunison is losing so hard here as well. The big question is, can they hold the Frere Pain Train? Because that's what's coming. There's another move here, which is like a transport ship. Always transport ship on these maps. Never a bad idea to do a transport ship side attack. Like get in here, spam buildings, forts, etc. Run around the map with all those pesky Norse units. Kvoth is slowly falling here. Son of Osiris does get surrounded, however, and that will give those mid units of Kvoth a little bit more life here.
That being said, Keto hasn't actually been able to break through this. I thought he was in a good spot, but he has not been able to break through. This player is spamming towers up. He does not have his advanced fortifications, but he's spamming towers up. He's going up now for the Titan Gate. Keen's grip on this position is also slowly fading to some degree here. I mean, he's breaking things down. Taking down the underworld passage on the backside is going to be huge here. This is exactly what Grass needs to do. Arca's trying to take out the destroyers. They do take them out. The pacifists come through, and that will be the destroyer. The destroyer problem dealt with. More towers coming up over here, as it is Tower Nation for CBB. The big question here is, how does Keen deal with a Titan? Because that's what's coming next. That does put a little bit of the foot off the gas. Where's the Titan Gate at? And it's only 16 villages. I say only. You've got a plenty vault to sort of carry. It's bringing more villages in, so it is quite a bit. There's some buildings coming down for Keto now. Portable Ram's going to be looking to make the push back and try and just get these guys out of here. Of course, player has been called back home. The fact of the matter is that Tunisan is on one town center. One. He has 185 population total. But Mythic Age is coming for both players, mind you. Both players Mythic Age. I imagine the Implode gets dropped down here on top of the Arcus. It'll kill all those Arcus. It'll kill all those Destroyers. The Implode, however, will get dropped for both players over here. Where is the other Implode? Implode onto this side to try and take down this push from Keto, but it's two people getting imploded versus one person getting imploded. And that's always advantage for the person who gets that on two people. That being said, this position does get to live for a little bit longer. The Underworld Passage still being alive. Can you not repair this? And Grass, Keto, and Kvoth call it. They say the game is done. I think this is mostly because Kvoth is basically lost here. I do think that Keto and Grass have fight in them, but unfortunately... Oh, and there's the side build starting as well, which would shut it all down. A little bit too much shenanigans. And CBB remain undefeated on the map that player basically picks every single tournament. He loves a good Mediterranean. It is an entertaining one, but he does manage to survive here. I feel like maybe if Keto just held his Inferno for a little longer, like, and hit the Inferno on the Underworld Passage, does it not kill the Underworld Passage? 2000 crush? Not quite. Doesn't quite kill it, but it would... 175 hack as well. Not quite. Doesn't quite kill the Underworld Passage, but it will basically kill it. And then you can rush in and then take it down. And then he might have been able to push back over here or push back over here and sort of relieve Kvoth a little bit. But unfortunately for them, they do not get game one. And it will be going over to the CBB team, which means we will have to jump out and check out the old Draft Rooney. Now, this is where I tell you guys that the Draft Rooney is not what you're used to. I will tell you that right now. Let me see if I can get a link up. I've got no idea where these guys are. I've got no idea where these guys are. It's this one. Okay. I found their draft tool, I think. All right, let's do it like this.
I am in English, right? We're playing on Aztlan Oasis. Wow, these guys love this map. I saw this one in the other series as well. So King go Thor, Uranus, Freyr here. Streamer HUD? What's the streamer HUD? Ooh, baby, look at that. A bit of spice for your life. So, final pick to come in. Pretty big advantage to get that final pick, I would say, in the team game. I'm just gonna keep. I'm gonna riff off a couple of different ways to do this. I think that this is the first team game tournament we've seen, right? And obviously, everyone is trying to like figure out what system to use and all that other good stuff. But I think it would probably be a bit better if you pick 4 gods for a 3v3, and then you can throw those gods wherever you want. So you can choose not to pick one god or whatever, so that you can play around that stuff a little bit. There's a god you don't want to pick for whatever reason. All right. So, yeah, Thor, Uranus, Freyr, Hades, Set, Uranus. Of course, Uranus is a must on this map. If you guys aren't aware of it, which I'm sure you're not, it is a odd spawn. You get someone spawning here. You get team 1, team 2, team 1, team 2, team 1, team 2. Are the tournament demos available? I don't know what you mean by tournament demos, but you can download them directly off AOM stats.gg. They are not started yet. All right, let's come back over here. Alrighty. So if you go and click on, if you just search for like player's name or Keto's name and you go click on the custom, I'll show you guys. Sure. You have to do it somewhat quick, obviously, otherwise they will be deleted. Okay, so you would click on, so you go to Keto's profile, click here, custom/quick play, click filter, and then the game will show up here. You can see he played 6 days ago and the game is no longer here. I think the games last for about 1 or 2 days. So if you want to download them and you want to do it now, go do it. I can give you a link as well because I'm sick like that. What's going on, Killuminati? Should probably check this out while we're waiting as well.
my face out of the way.
Welcome everyone. My name is Dani. I
Nope.
play the Age of Mythology with the username Dani.Chronos. Welcome to the official briefing for the Retold Master League. Today we step in the new era of competitive Age of Mythology Retold, where gods and monsters clash for ultimate supremacy. This is not your average competition. We have designed a completely unique format, specifically engineering to test the limit of every player's strategic dip. Expect from this tournament for new mechanics, unexpected twists and high-stake matches. Before we jump in the official handbook, let us look at the main area we'll cover today. We'll talk about registration, how to sign up, deadline and play requirements, main event format, breaking down our unique tournament structure, new maps, exploring the fresh battleground selected for this league. Okay, first thing, the official website was released. Now it's open registration for the streamers who want to stream this tournament. I'm incredibly proud to announce that the official website is now live at the retoldmasterleague.com. Additionally, I'm personally sponsoring this description of this video. Registration for we have two type of qualifier. We'll talk about this in the handbook. Good handbook. Bracket, the name, email, YouTube, send all the resources you need to check these things. I'm a member of the official Discord. Introducers, we have new. We see more details. Very important. Again, 90 registration time for streamer open from 12 June until 12 August and 31 October. This is very important. The map and guard selection will be conducted via the Discord channel in the room indicated of the. You see here the match. Okay, ABC. Everywhere you see the room, and you need to enter directly from website the match. 8 wildcards. Then go 5, 3 games.
We're gonna leave this for now. Big $2,000 tournament announced. Not 100% sure what it all means, but we got games to watch. I don't know exactly who's covering it. That was kind of what I was looking for. All right, so we are into our next game. This one is on Aslan Oasis. So first win there was for the CBB team. Now on this map, I did allude to it earlier, but the players will spawn in a triangular formation. This map is absolute chaos and apparently quite fun. Apparently quite fun to play on. I think this is like my nightmare, playing this map with an uncoordinated team. Oof. You have to be incredibly aggressive and incredibly safe at the same time. We do have Mosca as a set, which is a little bit offbeat, so to speak. He will have shifting sand, so he'll be able to get away from things, but his early game is going to be very much suspect to some problems. But we'll see how it's all going to go. So it is a matter of, okay, this guy could get doubled, but if this guy gets doubled, right, then this guy's open for attack. This guy's open for attack. And this guy's open to get doubled. So all you got to do is think, we don't come to your rescue. This is a map where playing team defense, that doesn't work. You play team offense. If one person gets doubled, you got to go and attack someone else. At least that's what I reckon. Whether I'm right or not, I don't know. I'm not the team game mastermind that I once was back in 2024. I have lost all team game abilities. So many relics on this map as well that make things very, very interesting. Of course, you can share them with your teammates. For those you don't know, you can actually put a relic into your teammate's temple for them. Be very generous. So, for example, if someone decides they want to play for very early temple, very early Hersa, and grabbing all the relics on the map, they can do that. No problems.
Alrighty. We do have Tunison dropping the sky passage into the center of the map. Looking to grab the food, potentially grab the fish as well. There's only 3 fish here. But having this center position does allow him to assist a little bit more on the defensive side of things. He can go, okay, I need to get over to here or something like that. Or I need to get over to here, or I need to get over here. You can do that very, very easily. Another couple barracks coming down for Mosca. As he hits the classical edge, everyone's going to be advancing here. You got Oceanus. You got Da, I think. Yep. You've got Athena. You got Forseti. And you've got Oceanus for Kvoth. And Ulla for our Frere player. Kido. But so far, not really much action. It's kind of a suicide to do anything other than build units, right? And you're just going to get doubled and get crashed in on. So maybe that's the point. Bring the double. I guess you could get Shifting Sands away as well. If like Mosca could Shifting Sands players' villages to safety or something. Nonetheless, the Murmillo's coming out for Kvoth. He is on his Varanos. Ooh, a Shifting Sands. Where? Onto this side to deny that Asgardian Bastion. But Kido's just going to run. He should be fine here. Then again, his hill fort will not be. He can't win this fight. He needs a little bit more assistance. He's losing that hill fort is kind of a big deal. I'm surprised he went that aggressive with it. I would have assumed you just, on this map, you place the first one in your base because you're probably going to get 100 favor in from fighting. So may as well, and then you can drop the second one later. And onto this side, we've got player having a little bit of an early game skirmish as the Minotaur gets a big amount of splash damage in. Vladimir coming through for some heals on the back there as well. But for now, a little too dangerous. A little too dangerous for Kvoth. Drops a couple of units and he's out of there. While this is going on, Grass says, have you guys heard? Herser is a good unit. I'm going to make Herser. Every time I've seen Grass playing... Ooh, nice boulder toss there. Every time I've seen Grass playing Norse recently, he's been going Forseti and building as many Hersers as he possibly can. But this does fail versus Atlantean, right? Atlantean could just spam Murmillos. Murmillos beat Herser. Obviously. But what the Herser brings is a lot of favor, and the favor is very useful as well. You got walls coming up onto the top here as the villagers getting spotted. Mosca getting some good value in here as the Herser will get in. We'll take out the Wadjet over on this side. The Dwarves can't really get back to safety going this way, so they got to play a little bit of a different game as Grass is running around here. He's Herser to come back up to the top for the moment. Over here, Mosca still running around with his spearman looking for a little something to do. We've got Kvoth in the middle of the map. Up here, eating all that hunt in the center. And the Hippias will simply charge away. You could go for a sky passage move. Go here. Pop out over here. Get some extra damage done. Some Murmillos will poke in, run away, do what they can. Villagers will pop out start to eat the turkeys and all the other good stuff. But so far, no one's base has really been brutalized yet. No one's really lost a huge amount of stuff. It's 94 villages apiece. Of course, Grass lost a couple of villages, but he is Thor, so he gets bonus villages. So kind of just equalizes the whole affair. And Mosca's going to be roaming the map with his spearmen. Obviously, a very strong unit now for the Egyptians. It's been buffed up to deal with Cav a little bit better. Everyone to this side. Town center for Keto does get spotted, but Keto finishes this one off. Is he going to drop the Gulen Bursi? Tries to kill off the Galadriel. Cannot do so. So we'll pop around. And the Garrison Micro from Keto will begin. Of course, all Tunison wants right now is a little bit of Balloon Bursty action. Throw an Axeman getting the damage done, but man, you can't go directly on top of the Murmillo there. That's never going to be working out for you. I think Keto's made a pretty grave mistake here in this game. He's barely got an use. And if he uses the Gulen Bursty now, I don't even know if it's going to be enough. Still has the Garrison Micro to try and hold this, but there goes the Gulen Bursty finally. And the units will be out of here for the time being, but man, that is not good for Keto, Severo, Jones, Bones, Malone. So roaming around up onto the top side as both players, both teams are just kind of jockeying around the map. In reality here, Keto needs some sort of assistance, it would seem. Has Keto gotten himself to the favor threshold? Almost. Of an extra Asgardian. You need 100 favor. You get the tech. Actually, he has the tech. He doesn't. He can just drop the Asgardian Bastion down if he wants. But that might trigger Tunison to get in here and attack, which obviously he doesn't want. Town center getting repaired back up. Units back in. Keto will pull back ever so slightly. Those Galadriel are in the way. So throw an Axeman, shoot and scoot. Does begin. Shockwave onto the Murmillos there as well from Kvoth. There's a big assistance on this one. And the Asgardian Bastion, while this is all going on, as kind of some sort of a distraction. So villagers will garrison into the town center. This is all of the pain. Up onto this side, we do have a whole bunch of Axemen in now though from Mosca, as Grass still basically full send on the Hersir. Town center lives. Units back onto this side. Keto is alive for another day. The one thing about the Asgardian hill fort is if you put one unit on it, just one, which this town center does a lot of damage, just one unit, its time goes very, very quickly. The underworld passage now coming in from Player. Player says, I'm ready to go. Shockwave comes through, sends those Throwing Axemen flying, and Keto has no option but to run away here as... Well, what do you do if you're Kvoth? He's not close to a sky passage. He does have a sky passage here he can come through to get over and sort of defend. The town center has fallen. Quick check on villages. 50, 36 Grass's village diff. He is so far behind. Grass is in pain here. But he's coming up onto the top. He's looking for his flaming weapons. It looks like, I think he has it. And there he goes. It is flaming weapons time. It's going to be a lot of pain onto Mosca, as those Hersir, they do not care about a Spearman. Spearmen do not counter the Hersir. Axemen counter the Hersir. Now Mosca's in trouble because this is going to be no gold for Mosca. He's going to lose the Migdol. while this is all going on, you have the Berserks fighting it up over here. Purple units from Kvoth making their way down finally to help out. Chaos does get dropped onto this position as well. Restoration in defense to get everyone back up to full HP. The Dwarves have to pull away from here as well. Luckily for Keen, it is... No. Is it? I don't think he's winning this. I don't think Grass is winning this fight versus Mosca. Those Axemen sort of came out of nowhere. Priest coming in onto this position as the battle balls are key here. The Migdol does end up going down. And Grass has to get in and kill those priests. That is vitally important. The battle balls will carry this fight if there's no priests here, but he's not doing it. Carnivora gets dropped down as well. Greek army, Lantian army, pulling back for the time being. And immediately, Mosca says, "You killed my Migdol. No worries. I will put it right back up." Heroic Age coming through now for Tunison as he's up through Hyperion. Which does mean Chaos is a bit of an issue. Roth going into his patented full Murmillo hero army at this point as we see a third attempt at an Asgardian hill fort coming down from Keto. Will he be able to get it up now or not? Onto this side, the siege works. Goes down. Battle ball getting their damage done. Raiding cavalry trying to charge through all of these axemen now. But again, I can't believe Grass is ignoring these priests. He will pull back. He can't keep pushing through this. No throwing axemen in just yet. And a scared Grass for sure. The Mosca valiantly defending here as the Pharaoh goes down. That's the unit. He doesn't care about the priest. Doesn't do that much damage if there's just one, I guess, but he needs so many more units to deal with what Mosca's got out here for the time being. Kane is looking ready to potentially take a fight here, but Kvoth, if they lose this fight, it hurts so much because it's such an expensive army from Kvoth as the Zom comes down somewhere. In the main base, I guess. Tempest does get dropped as Keen says, it's go time. Shockwave to come through. And both player and Tunison in sync on that. Retreat, no questions of whether they should or shouldn't retreat there. They should. But look at Grass's score. Kvoth is in a fantastic spot. Keto, not super crash hot, but he's fair. It's going to be fine. Grass, that's pain. Chaos just onto that back line there. The less units you use Chaos on, the longer it lasts for. But both Keto and Kvoth know they need to inflict pain right now because Mosca is going to become terrifying very, very quickly here. Players Underworld will go down. Town Center will go down. Players grabbing this Town Center as well behind Keto. I kind of want to see the Sky Passage get built in here. I don't know why he settled with this position. He can definitely do something else. Meanwhile, player's main base under attack as well. Kvoth is going to have to be the Kvoth of carrying proportion. He's going to have to carry so hard here. I have no idea where the chaos was dropped. I guess over here. The player's hometown center will get taken down. And that's the Mythic Age Town Center, the deny. Player was going Mythic Age there. That deny was crucial. Meanwhile, Tunison's town center also under a siege, but does get defended. Mosca has made his way through. He's in defense. Grass is like, okay, what do I do? And we have the disco party. We have the disco party. Oh, the town center is up. Hephaestus is coming through. Surely, Kvoth must know. It's not hard for him to get around onto this position, though. Not hard at all. Kvoth going after it. He's got all of his hero Mimillos. Mythic Age will get denied again. The main base gets pushed in, but this is majority Hippaspis. There's no Satyrs in here anymore for Kvoth. This is probably the most amount of calm you're going to be seeing. This player gives up on the town center ideas. He's getting himself a fires to sit in this town center now. So hero units will pull back ever so slightly. Oh, he does have Satyrs. Surely Citizen through here, run in, Sky Passage here, and then he can bounce between both sides of player. Alternatively, he can just kind of beat through the wall and then come up onto this side, obviously. As the Hippaspists are going to be scary here for Kvoth. Kvoth needs his Satyr. Did he delete the Terma? He absolutely deleted his Terma there. Kvoth pulling back. He knows he can't make any mistakes here. The problem is that now Grass is dead. Grass needs to bail out of here. He's got to get out of this, but he's got to get villagers away alive. Of course, he's got some stuff on the backside. While this is going on, town center gets cleaned. Shockwave gets dropped down. Battle Balls of Grass are helping out with this one. Drone Axeman from Keto breaking through over here up onto this side. Player's army does get eviscerated. Kvoth he's got his carry pants on. He has his carry pants on. The Kvothinator is here and he is ready to tango. The town center. Hephaestus for the third time here from player. Surely a right click on that town center. And it's no Mythic Age from player. He's going to kill off the villagers first. I don't think he's aware. He's going after the villagers, allowing the town center. Now the destroyers are onto it. How fast does it go? Look at how fast it goes down. It's going to be barely there. And the town center is denied for the third time. 3 Mythic Ages at like 90%. Villagers getting cleaned up on here as they're trying to get out of this position. These ones are bailing up to Mosca. This position has been claimed. At some point, you must bail. Let's have a quick villager check. 30. And going down. 29 for Grass. 30. 25. And he's going to lose another 5. Team game score, however. Advantage for Tunison, Mosca, and player by a pretty large margin. It's 30 villager differential. These villagers do make it to the safety, and it's time for village center shenanigans. The next thing for Kvoth here is the obvious next move is Helios. Another Asgardian Bastion getting dropped down over here in an attempt to
support this position. Berserks are in to hold here as long as they possibly can, but Grass is dead. How does Grass get out of here? Walls coming down from Mosca prevent a retreat. These villagers have got to go this way. Grass could simply put just be dead here. Berserk throwing Axeman mixed in with a whole bunch of Huskal is going to be a nightmare to deal with for Tunison. Tunison microing his Terma nicely. Got to get onto those throwing Axemen. They're only at medium. As soon as that front line dissipates, the Terma have to be very careful here. You can't not have a front line for the Terma against this army, as all of them will melt. Townsend is getting torn down here as well. Up onto this side now. Kvoth says, hello there, Mosca. You've been enjoying this game for far too long. Let me introduce you to the power of Uranos. An Uranos that has got all his army. Look at the military differential, though. 14 to 6. Are you kidding me? Tunison gets blown up. Sky Passage going down, so no more assistance over here, and Keto can just go for another town center. What's Keto's villager count out now? He's at 75. Both Keto and Kvoth are in fantastic positions. Grass, well, he's got a bail, but I guess he can just walk this way. He can literally just move his villagers. Oh, what? Where is he going? Just move his villagers this way. He's onto the woodline. There's a town center here. Terrifying. Grass his villagers. Terrifying. Of course, he can just... He can kind of be okay. Wholly dead citizens, though. He can kind of be okay here as the Chaos onto this position. Citadel Center getting taken down. He can kind of be okay. As long as he's got infantry units, he can ask for resources, he can get a village center down, and he can continue. He can rebuild. Is there enough stuff here for Kvoth? It's looking like the answer is a big fat no. As Mosca is in to defend now. Yeah, the center needs to be sort of claimed as well. There's so many town centers there. It's Guardian Bastion over here, still up, and Grass pushes back onto this side, causing problems, and Player says, no, no, no. Game is done. I mean, it's theirs to call. What a wild ride we had here. That was an insane, insane game. I don't even know what to say. What a game from both sides, to be completely fair. I got to give the valiant effort of Grass here, who basically got brutalized by Set from the start to the end. His resilience in this game was impeccable. Of course, Kvoth 3 times denying that Mythic Age. Finally, I think Player got it when he got the village. He went up for another village center here to try and get his economy back into gear, but he's got to sit there for like 10 minutes or something to be back into this game. What a fun game. The Aslan Oasis. Not a map I would ever want to play a team game on, but sometimes it's not about you. It's about us, the viewers. That was worth it. What a fun game. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump back over to the Watch My Bucket and see what's up next for this draft Rooney. I think what I should do, I got an idea here. I'm gonna do it like this. Give me a hot second. I'm gonna do some streamer magic. I'm gonna do some streamer magic here. Just give me 1 second. I love doing this on we're not professional. It's fine. There we go. Streamer magic is in. Now I don't have to worry. Wait, what? No. Don't tell me this is the rule. I don't know. I don't want to watch it. I Who came up with these rules? How you got repeat? We I think I might go to bed. Like I wanna watch these guys. Like that Aslan game was entertaining AF. Can we watch that one again? I'll pick Aslan Oasis again. That one, please. Give me 3 of that one. Oh. Yeah, I've been working since I would say 6 p.m. today. It is currently 3 a.m. I guess I also worked when I woke up as well. Oh, this is not what it's meant to do. Hold on. My screen is not correct. Today be busy day. Tomorrow also busy day. Workaholic, yeah, it's me. Mostly I go crazy. I do a crazy day on Friday and Saturday. Every other day is very easy for me. Every other day is very like if I'm not organizing a Athens LAN and an S tier tournament, then yeah, every other day is easy for me. But this is at least Keen switch the comp. I reckon they would win if they played that again, and they. I don't understand how Mosca player and Tunison walk away from that game feeling like they were like they won that game, but they won that game because Mosca outplayed Kvoth. Like I don't believe they won this game in like a team way either. But they pick exactly the same comp, which means they didn't fully analyze or appreciate what happened in that game or something. Of course, I guess um I guess it's up to Keen to push them off the map then, right? They just keep playing this map to get their wins. Now the last map isn't on Mediterranean, right? The last map is kind of faded out. So the last map is already pre-selected. Normally you do the last map first though. Because it's advantage for yeah, this is all backwards, right? Didn't want to change the rule in case some team had planned a strategy around picking the map twice. Doesn't even make sense. Like, we have a minute until this game starts. I'll give you guys a timer. maybe it's my never mind. I'm not even gonna. Why not? What's the replay of the first game? No one will notice. True. Well, I'm gonna go to the toilet then. I'm gonna go to the toilet. I think all the no. Dodd loved banning things. They banned a lot of things. Um, I gotta go. I gotta go to the toilet. It is PP time. The game has begun. I should have gone to the toilet before the game had begun, but that's on me. So enjoy the same build order from the first game. Alrighty. I'm feeling lonely, guys. Talk to me. Did I miss the craziest build order? Did he build fishing ships, put villages on wood and then gold and food, and then put a temple down and then advance? I'm never alone. Thanks. Thanks, Illuminati. I must say, so far I haven't seen any team game strategy. Is that like... Is it because they were all banned out? All of the team game strategies were banned out? What's the... Or is there going to be some massive cheese thing happening at some point? Like, of course, we saw two kind of non-standard maps. So, there's that. I'm bored. I'm bored because I'm watching the same map. Yeah, I'm not even gonna pretend. We got Keto with his Thor and a Zeus from Kvoth. So slightly different. They do have to deal with the Isis, but you know, Isis is C tier, so no problems. All right. Oceanus, Anubis, Athene. We've got Freyr. Couple docks up for the Ketonator. 3 docks for Grass. 2 docks for Kvoth. Holy fishing shit from Kvoth. I feel like Kvoth has never played Zeus on this map in a team game before. This is not done. Because it's punished if you can't defend it. Valkyrie on the way. Most likely gets bolted, right? The score is 1-1, and we are into our second Mediterranean game of the series. Now, what would be hilarious would be if Keen decided to pick Mediterranean again for the next game, because I think they get to pick the next map, right? Ugh. Yeah, only the loser picks. Yeah, so... Oh, right. So if Keen wins, then we watch another Mediterranean game. Is that right? Oh boy, I really hope that Keen is going to win this one. Big early game fight here as the Thor is Thoring along. Now there is this one big bonus for Keto here. This is probably the most interesting thing about this entire affair is going to be Arctic winds. I think the only god here who's got any sort of real water advantage is Thor. Any interesting water advantage is Thor with that Arctic winds. But he does have to get there. And he's got no resources. King Keto. Can't say I'm a super fan of that forest fire there. Oh. A classic. They're already sieging the town center at 6 minutes. I didn't say it was going to be boring. It's just, it's the same. We've seen it, like literally, and it's like I just saw it. Like 30 minutes ago, I was watching this map being played in the same way. Don't lose your Dreki. Keep them alive. You have to keep them alive for your heroic age. One dead Anubite. One town center. Plague of Serpents coming in. Oh! No, never mind. Plague of Serpents coming in. There is a restoration available. Kvoth will have himself his 3 docks he can use for defense here for a little bit of bonus. What's the math behind building temple with 2 villas instead of 1? There's no real math involved. It's just if you don't have the resources to put the temple up beforehand. Oh, actually, yes, I understand what you're saying now. The math is you have to pay. It's 33%. It builds 33% faster for every villager that's added. 33% faster for the second villager that's added, and then I think it halves as you add more in. So it builds at 1, and then it builds at 1.33, and then it builds at what's 0.33 plus 0.33 divided by 2, and then. Big restorations. Big fight. Who wins? No one knows. Where's Keto's stuff gone? Keto has nothing left. Yeah, that's what I said, Hagrid. I said that exactly. That is exactly what I said. 110% that's what I said. Word for word. But I was close. 60%, 30%, same diff. The reason people put multiple villages on their temple is so that they can advance at a specific time, basically. So I could be wrong, but I think Keen sacked the water because they have Thor who's getting armor up. I don't understand this. Kvoth grabs 4 town center, straight to 3 town centers. You have the Jason and Heracles coming in to cause some problems here. Of course, Heracles is really big, so he tramples over everything. He can just run right by those villages. Kvoth is going to micro this to his heart's content. One villager goes down. Hoplites are also going to be on their way. People are going to the next stage. We do see Scardy from Keto, so he can decide to rebuild docks, go mass Draki, and then win the water. Are you trying to tell me that 33% and 60% are 2 different things? I was close. I speak with authority. That's about all I got. Oh. Keto is ready for action. Mosca, what are you doing mining gold outside your walls? Stop them! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Berserks are really good versus... What is Mosca? There's no way this is a good idea. There's just going to be more units flooding in. He says, I see a pharaoh. I see a dead pharaoh. There's a dead pharaoh. Good reaction there from Keto. Turns around onto this one. That axeman is going to be getting work done as Keto starts flooding up on this forward position to grab this town center. And is this going to turn into a 2-on-1 on grass? Oop, I'm not going to lie. We've seen this before. We've literally... Oh, no. Paraballaster is such a great addition. Oh, okay, grass. Grass is lost. That's a feels bad there, isn't it? He'll have to run away. He didn't lose, but he lost a lot of HP. We'll see if he's going to be okay. Great Hall coming in. We've got the Heroic Age to Rhea. We've got a Stronghold coming up from Mosca in the main base. There's this one back town center, and player has his Katoskabos just chilling here. Fourth player is going to be wanting to get his fast mythic in. He's get his underworld happening at some point. And both Keto and Kvoth are going to be attempting to go this way. Now, Kvoth as well will have an underworld. So he can underworld from here back over and basically triple team onto wherever player goes. Has to be the kind of idea. And there's going to be a Frostborn. Grass is doing okay over here. Tunison is in the lead, but it's not really in the lead. It's just on water. It doesn't really matter that much.
Heroic Age is coming through. It is already Hephaestus. He's so quick there. And Mosca literally has to defend this somehow. 5 villagers on favor here as the traders. These guys literally just play one way. Why isn't there one Kara Ballaster? 2 Kara Ballasters in here to force out some Terma or something. What is happening? I wish I understood the top level of Age Mythology, but I just don't. I just don't. One car has to be heroized or it gets carnivored. Then heroize it. Simple. It's going to do a crazy amount of damage to the Murmillo. It's an amazing unit. As long as you don't run it head first and then lose it. It will kill more than 5 Murms. Guaranteed. Player is in for the time being. Does get his fortress knocked down, but Kvoth and Kvoth's reckless attack has not really been super successful. Definitely not as successful as the last one. Arsene Tunison is still duking it out. He does have one. There we go. He's got 2. Watch how much better this fight's going to go. Underworld Passage in from... Not if it's on the front line. Just put it a little bit back. Don't lose it. Oh. Now the damage comes in. Look at that damage. You can't tell me that's not huge value. Player is taking this back town center for some reason. Okay, fantastic. They don't see it. They don't know. Okay. The defensive underworld comes in. The town center for player is up. Player is full iron. Oh, towers are coming through. Do we have any big god ballads coming? We got a meteor. We got a Hephaestus coming through as well. The town center might get knocked down, but really the thing you want to kill is the underworld passage, no? The town center doesn't really do a whole lot. There's not a whole lot of support here. This might not work out too well for CBB in this game, but we'll see. Throwing Axemen do plenty enough damage versus the Heliopoli. The supportable ram will kill off the underworld passage, and it is a very nice defense this time from Team Keen. How long till the next underworld passage? 200 favor, and it's going to be back up in 40 seconds. So there you go. Then you can come back through the underworld, be ready to push in. This game does have delay. It's got a 3-minute delay, so there's no way they would have seen them. Twitch chat, just slow your roll. Would you look at this? I could be wrong. I don't know what's going on over here. We see implode for both players. Would you look at this? The player building units that counter the opponent's units is winning. The player building nothing but Murmillos is not able to win. Alright. Implode. Oh, the villagers do manage to get out.
Implode on the base is so brutal. Down to 84 villagers though. And there's not a whole lot left. There will be a revenge implode to come through. And I could be wrong, but Keto and Kvoth and Keen have managed to play around the majority of problems here. This Phoenix is going to be a bit of a monster. As Kvoth needs a hero and he's going to be able to take out the Bellerophon, but does this mean if Keen wins this game, it's looking like they are going to be. I mean, I might be calling it a little bit early, but they've got full control. We've got some docks coming down. Moscow's villagers are over here for some reason. On the Leviathan, they're going to run away. Isis is going to fall off a cliff now. Can't really do anything. Grass is completely brutalized Tunison. We will see a meteor getting dropped down as Kvoth is going to attempt to run for his underworld passage, of which he does get close, but not before he gets sent flying a billion times. Oh, wow. Okay. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you utilize a team game god power. You wait until enemy team is next to each other, and then you click it. That there was big skill from Mosca. All right. Grass is taking the town centers over here. He might be attracting the attention of player for a little bit after that brutal... Oh my god. Does he have it? He absolutely has it. Scardy's breath is in. Yes. Finally, a player who appreciates the finer things in life. And that there ends up being the game. As Keen have cracked the puzzle. They couldn't crack it in the last one, but they cracked it in this one. So the Mediterranean wars go 1-1, which does result there in Keen being up 2-1. Now, surely this means we will see a different map for game 3. Okay, let's place bets in the chat. If you think we're going to see a different map than Mediterranean, write 1. If you think we're going to see a Mediterranean for a third time, write 2. But I'm seeing a lot of 1s. By a lot, I mean I'm seeing 2 1s. I'm seeing some 2s now, though. All right, you guys, while you guys spam that, let me click this button and see. It's Tundra. Wow, that schedule there does not need to be there. Yeah, if it was Mediterranean again, I think I would go to sleep. I'm kind of considering it, but this is the first like standard map, so I got to imagine that we're actually going to see some team strats here. What does this do? Ooh. So Diorano's bands, there's Aztecs on the table. There's Japanese on the table. There's Loki. With the Urano span, you don't have that really sick team game strategy of Forest Fire and Shockwave. Oh, Gorny put something in the chat just as I say that. Yeah. I love how the peak of team game innovation
in 2024 was Forest Fire and Shockwave. I want to see a market placed in slinging. That's what I want to see. Triple Norse? Could be. Why do they have so much time? Do you think 30 seconds is enough to pick a god? Or is 60 seconds the standard? Oh! Oh! It's going to be a mirror matchup. Wait. Are you telling me that both people pick at the same time? Wait. Do both people pick at the same time? Or is it one person picks and the other person picks? Why not both people pick at the same time and it's picked blind? Anyways. Oh, Poseidon. A Poseidon pick. And then Freyr. Odin. I guess another Poseidon or Zeus for ceasefire? Show me Demeter. Yeah, no, unfortunately, the Demeter strat in the team game Demeter strat was deemed too strong by the DoD team, so it was banned. And then the dev stepped in and said, no, this is unintended. So it was removed from the game. So any fun you were going to have with some shifting sands, dryad shenanigans, well, that goes down the toilet. And of course, Kvoth picks Susanol because that's the type of player he is. I mean that in the nicest way possible. Flame says, I don't mind the double medit. Look, to be honest, the first like maybe I'm wrong on this assessment, but the first game of medit was Kins. They won that game to me in terms of strategy, in terms of the position that they got from how they played it. But they just butchered it because Kvoth lost in the mirror. So then the next one is just, well, let's just not butcher it. They changed their civ, kind of, but they still went with the same strat, which I liked. Is what it is. Oh, all right. This one should be fun, though. I'm looking forward to this one. Let me find a game room. There is no game room. Hubris and Urbot are playing, though. That's exciting. Gabe and Roseanne Park are playing. Anubis and Caffeina are playing. Oh, I totally forgot. This is the second time I forgot today. Let me This is the second time I forgot. The maps for Gameathon Athens are now available to download and to play test and to provide feedback on. So, yeah, you can find them Wait. You can find them there. You just have to search Gameathon. I was going to make an announcement, but... So we've got... Blue Lagoon, Budapest, Elysium, Ghost Lake, Giza, Gorge, Midgard, Mirage, Mount Olympus, and the 2 maps that we can't include in here because of DLC reasons. The... Of the 2. Can't remember off the top of my head. This one come with 0.22 hero speed. You know what? For you, Ragnaroks, you can have whatever you like. You can have whatever you like. Does the mod include her surnames? The mod will include her surnames, but not yet. So it'll get updated at some point. You just have to update it, and then you'll have the her surnames and the pharaoh names. Oh god, I'm tired. I am exhausted. Can I even do this now? I don't think I can do game 5. If this game goes to game 5, I'm tapping out. I'm just gonna say that now. We're gonna get one more game in, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. In fact, I'm gonna have my sleep, my magnesium plus sleep. I'm old. We're gonna have that right now, so I can wind down. We got 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Does anyone else struggle to take tablets? Or is it just me? No, that one was good. That one was easy. How can you swallow them? They just float up there forever? What do you mean? Swallow them without any liquid? Jesus. You're wild. What do you mean they just float there forever? This is the first I've heard of any floating there forever. I see. Well, you put the pill towards the back of your tongue, and then it stays there. You have to place it there. And then you swallow. It's not easy. I don't enjoy it. I would not recommend it. But it is something that must be done from time to time. Alrighty. Well, we are back. It's time for the old school versus the new school, or is it time for Norse Wars? We've got player spawning on the right side. He is playing as Poseidon. We've got the Thor, and we've got the Loki for Mosca. It's been
how long since the captain's draft? Probably 2 years, right? There's no way this game's been out for 2 years. Probably about a year and a half, right? A year and a half since the captain's draft. What were the god comps getting played with no bans a year and a half ago in the team game circuit? Remind me. It was Thor, something, and something. Thor, Odin, and something. And it was all because you had access to Fimbulwinter and you would just spam it and it was really, really strong. Now, Norse is still meta, apparently, because that's what these guys are playing. And we'll see what's going to happen. We do have a slightly different comp over here, as Kvoth has opted into full abuse with his Susanoo. Now, he can very quickly get a temple out. He can very quickly get himself out his Kitsune and start roaming the map. I would say this feels a little on the slow side from Kvoth. He's overgathered wood and gold, so he's obviously going for something slightly different. But if this was me and I was playing a Susanoo and I was looking for the perfect start, I would be spamming these guys out as fast as I possibly can. That is what Kvoth is doing, so makes sense. In fact, I would probably go for a immediate second Miko and try and get this temple up as fast as possible while doing all of that, if it's possible. I don't know if it is or not. So the Kitsune will be out. Another Miko comes in now, and he's going to be ready to get himself all of that Bushido as player pulls the game. He's unhappy with the Susanoo selection, and he says, "How dare you? How dare you abuse in my team game?" What's the score? It's 2-1 for Keen. Keen is the team on the left. CBB is the team on the right. Wait, is it? It's a mirror on both sides? Oh my god. It's not even Thor versus Loki. It's Thor versus Thor. Loki versus... I mean, of course, it's a team game. It's not going to really matter. But... we will see how it all goes. Now, generally, when it comes to team game strategy, in terms of when you're... if you're not playing anything super specific, right? Like, any, like, super specific team game strats... Kvoth is literally just going to sit here and idle these, by the way. If you're not playing any specific team game strats in the team game tournaments, you end up basically playing for mobility. Mobility is king in team games, and it's going to be king from now until the end of time. That's why Norse... okay, something is going really weird. I'm going to hit pause. And we're going to hit play. It's going to be the king until the end of time. And it's one of the reasons why Norse is really popular in team games, is the ability to not only play with mobility, but also shut down enemy mobility as well. As Ulfa, the red, comes in and greets the Kitsune, as the Kitsune need to definitely stay away from that. Surprised to see no box formation from Kvoth. Box formation is the scary one, as we do have centaurs coming in over here, and Inari Orkami is on the way, as also so too is Crushing Waves. And just the tiniest bit of uncomfortableness. Up. Up. Oh no. I guess Eric BR was right all along. Centaur, incredibly weak. Terrible unit. I don't even understand how you get caught there. Ever. Literally ever. Alright, Kitsune coming through. We do have the Theseus already in. That's one little love tap for the Kitsune. It is not worth it to lose a Kitsune here, especially not while you're grabbing Wisdom of the Nine. But getting one nibble, going next. Getting one nibble, going next. That obviously is useful. Stable up. Do we see more Kitsune? No. It's Wisdom of the Nine. It's Ivory Netsuke first and foremost. As the Juragumo is into... Oh, Forest Fire down. Villager over here having some issues. Meanwhile, over onto this side. Oh, no. The drive-by. Drops one. Oh, drops two. Oh, no. It couldn't be going any worse for the Kvoth at the moment. Ivory Netsuke on the way. And player is going to be going Cav. Tunison is going to go Cav. Our Loki players will go pure Herser. And I guess we're also going to be seeing Cav from Kvoth as he gets that Sashimono Bannerman in. He brings himself back. 2 injured or 3 injured Kitsune as their brothers in arms have been destroyed. Oop. Kitsune opening against 2 Norse and a Greek. Oh. You just don't drop them. Don't go for drive-bys. Be smart about it. Like, of course it's good. This is never bad. Not in team games. The threat of the Kitsune is enough, basically. Have a little bit of a fight here as one Miko goes down in the back. This Miko over here going to be going down. Kitsune going to be bailing to try and keep those alive, but one does end up falling. And the keto walls have begun. He's like, I will wall for you. I heard Norse are good at walling because they can pay half price for it, basically. Maybe less than half price. Why are Kitsune that good in the team game? Well, it's because they're 7.3 speed. That's the only reason. They're 7.3 speed, as Susanoo. Meanwhile, Naginata Rider, 6.6 speed. Hippias with Spirited Charge, 6.1 or 2 speed or whatever. We have a cheeky little Dwarven Mine getting dropped over here as the keto walls continue along. His Herso will end up going down. Oh, no. He survives with 1 HP and a dream. Kvoth going to make his way over onto this side. Grab the watermill as the rest of those units are going to be moving up to the top. Do have the Tunison cavalry here as the walls coming up all over onto this side. All right, who gets the Iron respawn? Let's roll the dice. Oh, he's ran. He's out of there. Who gets the Iron respawn? That's the dictator of who wins in the Herso mirror. In the team game, if you get the Iron respawn, you win. If you don't, you lose. Well, or it's equal. Kind of. But all the walls are coming up now, and once everything is sorted out, then these raids become a lot less of an issue. As Keto's almost walled off this much. He's still got a little bit more to go for. Oh. bit of an issue at the moment for the Grasses. Player is over here, catching him out. He turns around onto this side, and Swampland is dropped. I like that from Kvoth. He sort of made a mistake. He lost track of the Hippias. The fact of the matter is the Naginata riders are way faster than the Hippias. There's no real way for them to get onto an opponent's economy, and all that other good stuff. As Keto is now going for his own drive-by. This is absolutely insane to charge in like this. He's going to drop the Forest Fire down. Turns. Player needs to pull back. Does lose some units here. Of course, he can just distract them away and go look for villages. There's villages up here. Some scary times as Keto will turn in onto the Mosca Herser army. Get some damage done here, but Grass being on this spot as well, that can't be good. Over onto this side, we've got Kvoth now starting to join in as the units will now make their pull away, and we see town centers starting. Tunison getting his. And the wall's also up here as Keto, not paying attention there. He bounces off the walls. Makes a little bit more damage. It's just going to be moving around here. We're searching for any amount of villagers to kill, any advantage. Grass is through Bragi though. Kvoth is not doing anything at the moment. Not sure what his plan is. He can come and break down a wall, break down a house. Is this open? No. Kvoth will opt to take that fight. He even drops Kusanagi in to prevent that retreat so he can get a little bit more damage. Of course, he does have 160 favor at the moment. And I can bet you dollars to donuts. I heard that phrase the other day. I really wanted to use it. That Kvoth is planning to go for some Raiju in this game. We've got Mosca coming in himself. His own little raid. He's got 20 Herser here. Versus 23. Grass has got the advantage. If you're playing here and you see those, you have to like go, how many does he have? Okay, he's got more than me. All right, how many do I have? There's 29 Herser on the map actually for Mosca. He's got plenty. Armory check? Sure. Dunison is nearly up. Well, he's got full bronze basically. Next Kvoth has got full copper. Keto has got full copper, missing his bronze. Grass is going up for more upgrades. Player has got less upgrades. Oscar has got nearly full bronze himself. But a good raid here from Keto, but his raiding cavalry will end up going down here, surely. He's been caught. He's in the corner. Grass's random longhouse will get spotted there as well. And onto this side, Keto pulling away. Dunison is pulling in front in this game now. He's getting 3 town centers. He's doing it all good. And the ceasefire comes down from player, which does open up Fimbulwinter shenanigans. Oh, and of course, this here is terrifying for Mosca. Mosca does have some defense, but the Naginata Riders, he can drop Kusanagi down here if he likes. He will go for it. Can he win the fight though? You can drop Swampland. Can always drop Swampland. You're playing Susanoo. I can drop that God Power as many times as I like. As the Flaming Weapons gets dropped in onto this side, Grass is going full send here. Flaming Weapons as well from Mosca, but it's late as Raijin is coming through as well. Onto this side, back into the swampland. But I think he can win that one there. As the bronze does get dropped down. Is there enough stuff here is the question. There is a frost available. There is a thunderburst available as well. As he'll drop it onto this side. He's going after the Mosca dwarves. Always kill the Norse player. Never don't kill the Norse player. The Norse player needs to die. That's the plan. The Loki player needs to die. That's obviously the plan of Keen here. They don't really manage to kill off any of those dwarves. And the big fat attack seems to have not been super effective here. Still 2-0 at halftime. Is Australia winning? Or is the Australia not winning? It's alright. Australia will bring it back. We're the great Aussie battlers. We'll battle. Unison, the units need to fight. Watchtowers comes through. I imagine Kren will come through as well. We do have some Herdmen getting mixed in here as well. It's Frost Giant versus Battle Boar. Does tend to be advantage for the Frost Giant as a Kusanagi will come through for a whole bunch of damage as well, and the units will have to get out of here. We'll start seeing those Raiju starting to come in as well, but it's very difficult to get onto the villages. You have to get enough Raiju in that you can break down the walls. Mosca is going to, both players, you have to upgrade their walls as well. Tunison continuing to fight this, even though Kvoth is over here. Tunison charging forward yet again, but he is fighting kind of 1 versus 2 to some degree here. Of course, there is player on the back, but does player have himself Dionysus? He does. He wants to go Artemis here, actually. That's interesting, rather than Hephaestus. Grass is yet again back in onto this spot. Mosca is hurting. Grass is trying to push his advantage. He does have an ironry in as well, so that's going to be huge. And not only that, there is an opening in that Kvoth could definitely take advantage of. Raiju in onto this gap, hitting this back position, hitting over here. Lots and lots of different options. And another flaming weapons coming through from Grass here. His whole plan, and the whole plan with the Hersa basically is you get 1 favor per Hersa, or 0.01 favor per Hersa. All the fighting gives you more favor. He's got 136 in the bank. All the favor gives you more, all the fighting gives you more favor, and you just click flaming weapons on repeat. Makes perfect sense. Mosca's town center on the back. Almost gets erased. Ceasefire comes in to save the day. Tunison is still absolutely gigantic here, though. What is Keen going to do about Tunison? Do they care? Mosca being incredibly dead, basically. That's an issue. How many villages does he have left? He has 47 though, so he has managed to keep his villages alive, which is good.
Walls moving through the middle of the map, however, can't be recommended. Onto this side. Tunison will click his own flaming weapons here. Swampland for the 15 millionth time coming down from our main man, Kvoth, as the frost in the main base does come in as well. Says, no, we'll frost this. Some units don't get frosted, however. As Fimbulwinter, number 1 of many, comes through. Keto, Kvoth, and Grass seem to have taken a bit of a lead here. Tunison still has all of the everything going his way, but Town Center will get grabbed over onto this side. Earthquake onto the Keto base does get dropped down, will eliminate the Town Center, and this is effectively what Tunison needs, but he doesn't have any units here. And he's going to be building up his hill forts, trying to keep making some progress. As Grass has to pull back with his own Ursa army. Players given resources around as well. Akino's going Balder here. Does he have full villages? He's got 76. The Balder call is wild. Especially in a team game with a gigantic Thor. Maybe the idea is you click Rag when Fimbulwinter comes in, but then you have to deal with mini Rags and Berserker Gang Berserks. Cheeky little Kutsunagi coming through from Kvoth as he is doing his best to help out. The Keen team are all incredibly in sync with each other. They're all 28,000 score, whereas Tunison, Player, and Mosca are all in a little bit of a different stage. Is there any trade route started? Big raid actually onto the Keto villages on the back, and Keto will make some berserks here to say, get out of my backside. And then the Ursa will be off. They say, I don't want to play with your brutish, barbaric berserks. Oscar, village center time. Where there's a will, there's a way. There is a way. I guess the next thing here for Kvoth is to just get himself to the Mythic Age. He definitely needs something to help out here and slow down this Tunison. Is now the legendary Jarls coming through. They're going to be making short work of these Throwing Axemen. And Mosca is in up onto this side as Grass is not having a good time of it. One shank would have been it from the Mosca thing. Alright. Keto is falling here, and I think maybe CBB will be able to force that game 5. It's 250 villages apiece, but there is more military out at the moment for the CBB. Of course, Keen is going to fight to survive here. There goes the Rag. He's decided to click the button. And we will also see a bit of a combo here as Watatsumi is on the way. The big question is, where do you drop that?
goes the flaming weapons from Tunison. Watatsumi is not in fast enough here, as that Ragnarok army of Keto is going to be melting. Could ask the question, why didn't he just go the other god? Could have gone tier. The Swampland will get a couple of kills in. Doesn't really do a huge amount. Now the Mythic Age is almost through. So some army deletion might be available here. Lots that Swampland got a lot of value. Is it enough though? Keto has 3 villages. All right. Now the comeback for Keto needs to be perfectly executed. He does drop the Watatsumi in. We'll clean up a couple of units. There wasn't much left there though. Us trying to deal with player, and he is not having the best of it against player in this one. He is falling short here a little bit, it looks like. He's got all the town centers. Now Mosca hits his own Mythic Age. Fimbulwinter to hit everything. All the villagers will be needing to garrison here. Yeah, neither team has got a trade route. Oh, this team does. You got the Tunison trade route, player trade route. Of course, you cannot trade route without an actual settlement. Fire Giant follow-up, though. It's in. Look at what Mosca has done, though. For a player who was basically dead, he is a big thought. Holy Fenris Wolves. Fenris Wolves versus Mass Heroes, though. These guys do move fast. Not quite as fast as the Kitsune. Well, that's the game. See? Make myth units and you win. Make myth units and you win. That's right. Fantastic. All right, well, that's 2-2, so it's an equal game going into game 5. I am too exhausted to continue, unfortunately. These games started too late for me. And I was not planning to stay up this late today because I have to stay up late tomorrow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if someone else is covering this series. And then I will send you over to them. It is looking like Motsuba is, so I will send you guys over to Motsuba. And I am going to have to go to sleep. I'll see you guys later. Have a fantastic rest of your day, week, night, all the other good stuff, and good luck to the players for the rest of their games. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Throne of the Titans. This is day 3 tomorrow. Final day of the round robin before the grand finals. I'll see you guys later. Bye for now. Bye.